Good morning, race fans, and welcome to Sunday Finals here at the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series here at the Port Neches Riverfest. On the water here to kick things off on Sunday's racing is the final qualifying heat in the Formula Lights class. But first, let's talk about the folks that bring us here to Port Neches every year and all across the country here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. First, the official fuel sponsor of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, VP Racing Fuels. They've been the fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Find the full product line online at vpracingfuels.com. Racing Communications. Their radios for racing. Moto Marketing Group. Moto Marketing Group provides award-winning advertising and strategic marketing solutions to any size company or team. With one-on-one service and consulting, Moto Marketing Group excels in racing and sports marketing, advertising, and design. And we have the track record to prove it. From boats to cars and motorcycles, if it has an engine, we can make it scream. Seabolt Sports. World champion powerboat racing since 1939. Kicker Marine Audio. Living loud since 1973. Find the full lineup at kicker.com. Seaway Marine. Seaway Marine, the presenting sponsor for Formula Lights in 2023. They are your one-stop dealership for current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts. They specialize in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards, as well as OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives, and engine parts for Chris Craft. Seaway Marine operates at a 62,000 square foot warehouse that's packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages a year all over the United States. They provide same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Their staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry with decades of experience. Seaway prides itself in excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. Online at seawaymarine.com. Mercury Racing, committed to the pursuit of wide open. Accept now, no boundaries, and accept no compromise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the 2023 Seaway Marine Formula Lights lineup here for heat number 3 at the Port Neches Riverfest. Again, we're going to do here like we do every race all season long in 2023, both the second and the third qualifying heats. We flip that script. So the driver that's accumulated the most points starts at the back of the field. Outside of any rookies that might be in the class, we do have a couple. The driver with the least amount of points that isn't a rookie will start on pole. This forces those top drivers through heats 1 and 2 to really drive their way through the field to really show that not only they can run a fast lap, but they can also navigate their way through traffic and really deserve that pole position for our main event later on this afternoon. Let's take a look at our starting lineup here in the Formula Lights class for qualifying heat number 3. After some engine issues in heat 1, as well as discovering a small hole on the inside of the tunnel, the 18 of Jason Nelson was unable to run in heat 2, so he finds himself on the pole here in heat 3. The young man out of Atlanta, Georgia, running for Wyatt H. Nelson Architects, the number 18 of Jason Nelson. Second off the start pontoon here in qualifying heat number 3, out of Vienna, Austria. Running for Macaulay and Son Racing, number 42, Hans Macaulay. Third off the start pontoon, part of their Liquid Revolutions racing team, running for Liquid Molly and Texas First Bank. Out of Port Charlotte, Florida, number 66, Randy Parch. Coming fourth off the start pontoon, running for Extreme Paint, Auto Body and Marine, and Latitude Dispensary, Peterson Racing. Out of Stacy, Minnesota, number 14, Tyler Peterson. He got banged up yesterday in a collision with the 17 of Chris Hughes. Let's see if he can overcome that today. All right, we are ready to rock and roll here for heat 3. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute, with the 18 of Nelson on the pole, followed by the 42 of Macaulay, the 66 of Randy Parch, the 14 of Tyler Peterson. Then it's the 2 of Travis Thompson in that Thompson Racing Machine. The 26 of Steve Lee. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. The first half of the Mike Scott Plumbing Racing team out of Ocala, Florida. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Then we've got the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. The other half of that Mike Scott Plumbing Racing team. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Then it's the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, who's got a clean sweep in qualifying heat so far this weekend. And then our rookies, the 24 of Shelby Love and the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. Let's see what our final lineup's going to look like for the main event later on this afternoon. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters' orders. He drops the flag, and these two-stroke, two-cylinder OMC 45 cubic inch motors come roaring off the beach there. The 66 of Randy Parch squeezing out the 42 of Hans McCauley pre-commitment buoy. That could cause some issues here as they go down into the first turn. Look at the 35 of Schmierbach go way wide to the outside. He's trying to sweep him wide as the 18 of Jason Nelson hugging it tight down into turn number 3. As he comes off turn 4, sweeping it beautifully. Packing air under that Pew Design Screaming Eagle Formula Light as he hammers it down the front stretch with the 14 of Tyler Peterson moving up a few spots. And look at the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. The Greenfield, Wisconsin native running for Pizza Inn's already up in 3rd position, coming off of lane 7 through the middle of the course. And now he's going to be slugging it out, trying to catch the 14 of Tyler Peterson. As the 8... We got a battle for 4th and 5th between the 66 of Randy Parch and the 2 of Travis Thompson. Here comes the 26 of Steve Lee as they start to jam up, trying to fight for podium spots here in this final qualifying event. Oh, look at the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. goes way wide to the outside, trying to get past his teammate. But the 18 of Jason Nelson out in front now, opening up a lead over the 14 of Tyler Peterson and the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. But that battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th is an absolute dogfight down there on the south end of the course. Here comes the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. goes wide to the outside with that Mike Scott plumbing machine on the side, trying to get up and catch the 2 of Travis Thompson as they go down the back straightaway. Our leader of 18 of Jason Nelson comes out of turn number 4 in lane 2, lays that nose down and packing air under that Formula Light machine, 65, 70, 75 miles an hour as he gathers speed down the front stretch. Sweeping it now down into turn number 1. The 14 of Tyler Peterson goes wide. Now the 35 of Schmierbach hugging it tight. We've got 3 boats separating themselves from the rest of the field here as it looks like the 66 of Randy Parch is holding off the 2 of Travis Thompson and the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. as they go side by side down into turn number 1. As they come off 1 now out of the exit turn in turn 2. The 2 of Thompson stand tight to the inside. The 21 of Mendana pushing hard, trying to keep that Grand Prix Hull's top speed up. The thing struggles when it goes tight, pin to pin in the corners. That's forcing him to go wide way around the course. Okay, there's the 21 of Mendana again now with a battle going on between him and the 2 of Travis Thompson. Thompson going short way around the course is able to hold him off. Will the 21 of Mendana able to gather enough speed coming down the straightaway? They go side by side into turn 1. Mendana wide to the outside. Thompson staying tight to the inside. He just cannot find a way to get around the young driver out of Houston, Texas, running for Thompson Racing. The 18 of Jason Nelson now starting to move his way down the front straightaway, and he's eyeing up the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster, the Spring Branch, Texas native, and a rookie here in 2023, and he's hoping to put a boat between himself and the 14 of Tyler Peterson here in the 3rd and final qualifying heat in Formula Lights. But boy, that battle continues for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th as the 66 of Randy Parch is starting to see his rearview mirror fill up with the 2 of Travis Thompson and the 21 of Jose Mendana. Can the Texas First Bank sponsored machine of Randy Parch hold off these 2 hard-charging veterans that are creeping up on him as they go down into the north end of the course and into turn 3. Thompson staying tight to the inside. Oh, he gets caught up in the wash there behind the 66 of Parch. That's not good. Now Mendana tries to squeeze him out. Oh, they go deck to deck on a turn number 4. We got a doozy going on for 3rd now. Here comes the 21 of Mendana. He absolutely wheels it coming out of turn number 4. Up side by side with the 66 of Randy Parch. Can he get himself into 4th position here in this 3rd and final qualifying heat? He needs these points if he's going to have a chance to slug it out with the 35 of Schmierbach in the main event later on today. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to pull the 35 of Schmierbach from that top spot in qualifying, but they're fighting hard to try to do whatever they can. The 14 of Tyler Peterson gets by the 24 of Shelby Love, the Santa Rosa Valley, California native, running in her rookie season here, staying wide to the outside, allows the 14 of Tyler Peterson to go by, and he's laying it down, trying to catch the 18 of Nelson. Now 21 of Mendana finally getting by the 66 of Parch. He's got the overtake. Let's see if he's going to take that wide line. He leaves a lane for him, but he's able to clear the 66 of Parch. And the 21 of Mandana finally moves a couple of spots up and gets into that fourth position here in the third and final qualifying heat in Formula Lights. Our leader continues to stretch his lead, and the 14 of Tyler Peterson starting to move away from the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. I have a feeling that the radio man and crew chief for the Pizza Inn Racing team is telling Mark, hey, you got 2 firsts, you're sitting in third, don't make any stupid decisions, don't put yourself in harm's way, just put this thing in cruise control. You don't need to get second, but you can't afford to put any damage on that boat here in this third and final qualifying heat. Our leader of 18 of Jason now looking to eye up the 42 of Hans McCauley. Put that Austin Formula Light a lap down here in the waning stages of this third and final qualifying heat in Formula Lights. The 21 of Mandana is now easily cleared by the 66 of Parch and the 2 of Travis Thompson. The issue is I don't know if he's going to have enough time to catch the 14 of Tyler Peterson or the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, as they've got about a straightaway left. And we're coming up on our final lap here in this third and final qualifying heat in Formula Lights. As our leader, the 18 of Jason Nelson, makes his way by the 42 of Hans McCauley. Here we go. Green flag goes down. White flag goes out for our leader. That Screaming Eagle machine with Wyatt H. Nelson Architects on the side, the 18 of Jason Nelson. He knows he needs these valuable points. He didn't finish Heat 1. He was unable to hit a DNF in Heat 2. He needs these points to scoot himself up to the mid-pack to even have a hope of fighting for the title here later on this afternoon. As our leader comes down into the final 2 turns, he goes into turn 3, sets it tight off at 3, now puts it back up on its tail, working his way out of turn number 4, trying to find clean water. He comes way wide out of turn lane 4 as he comes crabbing it out of turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, taking a checkered flag in qualifying heat number 3 out of Atlanta, Georgia, number 18, Jason Nelson. Finishing in second with a solid run there after some severe damage yesterday, the 14 of Tyler Peterson, and rounding out the podium here in the third and final qualifying heat, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. As we wait for the rest of the field to compete, because the 2 of Travis Thompson and the 66 of Randy Parch did such a great job holding off the 21 of Jose Mandana Jr. He's now just finally crossing the start-finish line in 4th position, followed by the 66 of Randy Parch in 5th, the 2 of Travis Thompson in 6th, the 26 of Steve Lee in 7th, the 42 of Hans McCauley in 8th, the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster in 9th, and rounding out the field here in the third and final Formula Lights heat is the 24 of Shelby Love. Down 1 boat here in Formula Lights for heat number 3. As those of you who are watching yesterday or here yesterday, the 17 of Chris Hughes got into it with the 14 of Tyler Peterson after he got spun out in the opening corner by the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. And due to extensive damage to the safety cell on his Formula Light, his weekend was over before Sunday even came about. But what a great run it was there. Hopefully we have a chance to chat with the 18 of Jason Nelson and see what's going on with that young driver out of Atlanta, Georgia here now that he's got his boat repaired in Formula Lights. But while we wait for the 18 of Jason Nelson to make his way up here to the judges' stand, we wouldn't be back here, and this event wouldn't exist if it weren't for the unbelievable local sponsors here in the greater Port Neches community that bring this awesome event back year in and year out. The Neches Federal Credit Union, your title sponsor for the umpteenth year in a row, they're here to serve you with 8 locations in and around the Port Neches metro. They're always nearby, wherever you are here in Southeast Texas. Federally insured by the NCUA. They are an equal housing lender online at netchesfcu.org. When you jump on their website, check out that Empower program. It teaches smart spending and important skills to learn, earn, and save. Dragon Industrial Wrap. Professional engineering designed carbon fiber wrap with 2-part epoxy resin. Their carbon fiber kits reinforce piping and vessels to their design strength to prevent unplanned outages and prolong the lifespan of your equipment. ISS Leak Sealers. Leak Sealers has joined Industrial Specialty Services, creating the preeminent technical engineered service provider in the United States. Their impeccable safety record, engineering expertise, and fabrication capacity makes them the #1 provider of on-stream technical engineered services in the United States. Christus Health, St. Elizabeth. Your health, your life, our purpose. Del Papa Distributing. Del Papa Distributing's good name leaves a lasting legacy. From a single grocery store to a distributorship spanning 17 counties with 375 employees, Del Papa Distributing has been delivering high-quality brands and service along the Gulf Coast of Texas for over 100 years. Committed to community, stylistic diversity, and quality, they are honored to serve a wide range of high-quality brands of beer. Classic Chevrolet. Texas, the largest state in the continental U.S., and they know y'all drive a lot. That's why they offer a variety of car-related services to the greater Port Neches and Beaumont communities. Whether you're interested in a new car, truck, or SUV, or you need service on the vehicle you already own, they're here for you. Let Classic Chevrolet be your used car dealer, your new car depot, your service center, and more. All right, hopefully have an opportunity to chat with the 18 of Jason Nelson here as he's hopping out of that Formula Lights rig and make his way down to the judges' stand. He's got to feel good after yesterday. It was a very frustrating afternoon for the young driver out of Atlanta, Georgia. And he's looking to make good from yesterday. Having an opportunity to chat with some of the other drivers as he makes his way down here. Long-standing driver in Formula Lights with numerous titles under his belt. Hiatus from the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series in 2022. Making his way back here in 2023. We love having him here in Port Neches. Don't forget, fans, while you're waiting here, as we've got coming up, we've got a driver's meeting, a slight break. We're going to be back live at noon with the third qualifying heat in the Texas Tri-Hulls. Check out those Amish donuts. You've got all sorts of great stuff. And it's still a.m., so those Amish donuts are always a delicious snack in the morning. There's all sorts of great stuff going on over there. You can get yourself an ice-cold lemonade or limeade. Shakes, floats, sundaes from the great folks at Cooper Concessions. It's easy to find. It's the big giant lemon over there. And we've got the folks over at Concessions Plus. They've got Cajun pistolets, boudin balls, crawfish nachos, pork chops, shrimp, and gator on a stick. A ton of great other food options here to keep your belly full and your whistle wet here in the humid, muggy Sunday morning at the Port Neches Riverfest. All right, joining me now, the young driver out of Atlanta, Georgia. Well, Jason, yesterday was a bit of a frustration for you. You had some motor troubles that caused you to go out in Heat 1. Then you found a hole in the boat, which caused you to address that instead of make it out for Heat 2. So it's got to feel good to go wire to wire from the pole here in Heat 3. Make sure you're ready for that final.
Yeah, man, this is Port Neches is an amazing place. I wish I got down here sooner, but last 4 years we were trying to come here and always had like family something coming up. Glad to be down here and blown away by like all the spectators and fans that come out. Appreciate you guys. Had a lot of trouble yesterday, messed our throttle up, took us out of Heat 1. We were in a good position. Anyway, we tried getting back out there for Heat 2, but the boat wouldn't stop draining water, so we had a look under there, found a pretty big crack, and worked on it last night. So here we are.
Right on. You ran wire to wire here, and obviously I think everybody knows that 35 of Mark Schmierbach, even from the back, is scary fast. What are you going to do here as you gear up for the main event later on this afternoon? You're going to be kind of mid-pack. What are you going to have to do to try to get your way onto the podium here when Sunday racing wraps up in the Formula Lights class?
Yes, sir. I mean, it's the cliche, but got to get a good start. Number one, get down to the first turn. It's our chances of beating Mark to the first turn are slim, but hopefully we can put some pressure on him, maybe make him make a mistake, which he's a veteran, doesn't do much, but it'll get rough out here later in the day, and that's the way we like it.
And all it takes is just that one little hiccup, right? And the guys like you, Jose Mendana Jr., Mark, Steve Lee. There's a ton of experience, and all of you guys all you're looking for is just one little hiccup by another driver, and it seems like that's all you need to jump all over them. And then, we know that when you get a veteran out front, man, they will drive you all over the race course, and I can imagine you're no different, right? I'll be in lane 7 or lane 1, just depending on where you are behind me to make sure you can't get by me.
Yeah, I mean, the goal is just, race as hard as you can, try to keep up with Mark, and maybe when he's going through lap traffic, maybe something happens. So we'll see.
Right on, man. Well, hey, we're glad to have you down here in Port Neches. We're glad that you were able to kind of clear the schedule after a hectic tax season in Atlanta. And now you get to out here and do some of the stuff that you really enjoy doing, which is racing inside the cockpit of that Formula Lights.
Yeah, man. I was questioning my profession a couple of weeks ago for sure, working over 100 hours. Steve Lee, Jose are CPAs too. They know the deal. But it's nice to get down here and just get away from work for a little bit. But as soon as you get on the road, man, that phone blows up. So
for sure, man. Well, hey, we'll let you go back, relax a little bit, make some fine-tuning here, and we'll see you in the main event.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, that was the 18 of Jason Nelson, your winner here in qualifying heat number 3. Had some issues yesterday. He's hoping he's got them all rectified. That thing looked like it was quick and lightning fast here in heat 3, and he's going to need that if he's going to stop the 35 of Mark Schmierbach from going back-to-back here in 2023. All right, well, that's going to wrap us up here for just a little bit. We've got a driver's meeting that we've got to make sure to go through some safety procedures. Then we're going to come back right at noon with the third qualifying heat in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. So you got some time. Make sure you keep that chair right where it's at. Find your good spot. But go grab some grub. Show some love to all the great folks that bring their food down here to the Riverfest every year. We had a jam-packed audience yesterday. Looking forward to having another big crowd here today. I said I was told yesterday it was elbow to elbow in the midway and all through the grounds here at the Port Neches Riverfest, and that's what we love to see. Just out here, everybody having a great time. I heard the concert was absolutely rocking and rolling last night, off the chain. Hopefully everybody had some fun last night, maybe not too much fun. But for those of you who aren't here in Port Neches, we are having potentially some difficulty with our Facebook live stream, so you want to flip yourself over to our YouTube channel. You can find us at F1 Powerboat Championship on YouTube. Subscribe to our channel there, and they'll give you those notifications as soon as we go live with more racing action here at the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series here at the Port Neches Riverfest. Hey, race fans, don't forget, while we've got a little bit of a break here, swing by the F1 Powerboat Championship tent. We've got all sorts of T-shirts, hats, all sorts of great swag. We've got a one-off designed specifically for the Port Neches Riverfest. So get them while they're still in stock. It's a limited quantities available, and they're not going to be sold anywhere else the rest of the season. It's just for the great folks here in the Port Neches community and the Riverfest here at 2023. Again, hats, visors, patches, like 12 different designs of shirts. We got T-shirts, we got tanks, we've got kid sizes in a bunch of different shirts. Great stuff so that you can rep your Formula One Powerboat Championship swag for the rest of the 2023 season. Again, those of you here locally, if you want to see some of our amazing drone footage and more intimate footage of the racing action here on the shores of the Neches River, you can find us on our YouTube channel. Subscribe to it. It's F1 Powerboat Championship. You can also find us on Facebook at F1 Powerboat Championship as well. We stream all our races live all year long. From here, we're heading out to Lake of the Ozarks the first weekend in June. They call it Hillbilly Hollywood, and it is an absolute blast. So if you're looking to get some reprieve from the early summer heat of South Texas, book yourself a hotel room or an Airbnb in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri, and come on down and hang out with us the 1st through the 3rd of June for round 2 of the 2023 season. Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome. It's Sunday finals here at the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, here as it is every year at the Port Neches Riverfest, right here on the shores of the Neches River. To get things kicked off here before a full afternoon of racing action here, can everybody please rise, remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go racing. Kicking off our afternoon session here in the Sunday finals at the Port Neches Riverfest. We call them bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. The Texas Tri-Hulls in their third qualifying heat here on the shores of the Neches River. It was a knockdown drag-out, as it always is, in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series that saw the 17 of Neil Marsh sitting in the catbird seat for the main event as it sits so far. But that doesn't mean things could change drastically here in heat number 3. This will be the third of 4 qualifying heats in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. As we do every time, we're going to go side by side, 2 by 2 here in the Texas Tri-Hull reverse order of points so far. So the dude, the man out of Hemlock, Michigan, the 17 of Neil Marsh, is going to have to start from way in the back here in the Texas Tri-Hull division's qualifying heat number 3. See if he can motor his way through the field and end up with another podium finish here in qualifying like he did yesterday. Let's take a look at our starting lineup for this third of 4 qualifying heats in the Texas Tri-Hulls. On Hey, there we go. All right. Sorry about that little technical difficulty with our sound system. Let's take a look at the starting lineup here for qualifying heat number 3 on the inside of row 1. Out of White Wright, Texas, running for BW Customs and Automotive, number 63, Aaron Green. On the outside of row 1, he was fast yesterday after but he got tangled with the 1 of Corey Walker and the 37 of Mason Rinker on the outside of row 1, the 52 McLean Trailers sponsored Tanner Rinker. On the inside of row 2, running for Selco Auto Restoration out of Richmond, Texas, number 54 of Darren Ware. On the outside of row 2, running for Diamond Z Reynolds, number 42 of Wyatt Zeller. On the inside of row 3, if he could get that Texas Tri-Hull backfired, he's sitting in the cockpit on the shore right now. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it back. They call him Mullet, the Mullet King. Out of Katy, Texas, running for Sport Marine, number 69, Cole Wearing. On the outside of row 3, running for Walker Engineers. Out of Richmond, Texas, the number 1 of Corey Walker. On the inside of row 4, running for Hertz Audio and JH Performance. Out of Richmond, Texas, the number 13 of Grant Schubert. On the outside of row 4, running for Roswell Marine Audio in that canary yellow Tri-Hull. Out of Houston, Texas, number 37, Mason Rinker. On the inside of row 5, another contingency of the Rinker Racing Team, Running for Rinker Boat World. Out of Spring, Texas, the number 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker. On the outside of row 5, Just Send It Racing. Out of Richmond, Texas, the number 88 of Josh Wells. On the inside of row 6, out of Hemlock, Michigan, the Dude, number 17, your points leader here through 2 qualifying heats, number 17, Neil Marsh. And then on the outside of row 6, running for JH Performance Boats, out of Austin, Texas, the number 33 of Chris Kiefer. And our rookie that was unable to make it yesterday, but joining us here on the inside of row 7, out of Richmond, Texas, running for JH Performance Boats, number 26, Briston Sherman. And it looks like the 69 of Cole Waring, they call him Mullet, is rocking and rolling. He's got that boat back in the water. He's got it fired up, and he's going to haul it down to the far end of the course. We go 2x2 rolling start here in the Texas Tri-Hall. You're going to see our Pace jet ski led by our safety crew member, Jared Whitehead, is going to lead him down the backstretch. He's going to come around the north end of the course. You're going to then see him peel off the course, and as they cross the start-finish line, you're going to see that green flag drop. When that green flag drops, we're going to be under racing conditions. You're going to see these 110 cubic inch OMC outboards, plus a couple Mercury 4-strokes, come roaring to life at top speed and come screaming down the front straightaway. And we're going to go 7 laps around this 2-pin course here on the Neches River. They're going to churn this thing up, make that water nasty and rough. And these boats are going to slam all over the place here as they try to jockey for position for the main event later on this afternoon. This is the third of 4 qualifying heats in Texas Tri-Hall. Who's going to come out on top? Who's going to gain those valuable points to set themselves up for success in the main event later on this afternoon? We're going to have to wait and see here because it's going to be those fast boats are going to have to come from the back. The likes of the 17 of Neil Marsh and the 10 of Jerry Rinker and the 88 of Josh Wells, as well as the 13 of Grant Schubert, who was the winner in heat number 2. They're going to have to navigate some rough water, and clean water is the name of the game here in Texas Tri-Hall. They'll go all the way down to the far north end of the course where our Formula One's turn 4 is. Lead them straight down out of turn number 4. Once all those boats make it through the turn, you're going to see Jared Whitehead, our pace boat here in Texas Tri-Hall, come peeling off the course to the right. And you're going to see these guys stomp that accelerator to the floor. And we're going to be ready to rock and roll. All right, there goes Jared. He peels off. Here's the green flag. And we're underway here in the third qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hall. What a great jump there by the 52 of Tanner Rinker, finally figuring out some of those gremlins that plagued him mightily in the opening round last weekend in Freeport, Texas. He's clear now of the 63 of Aaron Green going down to the south end of the course. Oh, no, the 10 of Jerry Rinker way off the pace. He's not even in the view there. But look at him wad up down there in the corner. The 13 of Grant Schubert and the 69 of Cole Waring bumping and grinding, going side by side. But out in front right now, as you can see that boat in the distance, the 52 of Tanner Rinker, followed by the 42 of Wyatt Tiller. Oh, no, Tanner Rinker is losing his speed. Another gremlin rears its ugly head for the young man out of Spring, Texas. And now he's side by side with the Diamond C Reynolds 42 of Wyatt Tiller. Oh, getting together. There was the 13 of Grant Schubert. Oh, look out. Oh, no, that's Aaron Green getting together with Darren Ware. They go 6 wide down the front straightaway as the top 2 boats start to pull away. Oh, my lordy. We got a doozy on our hands here as they go down to the south end of the course. Look at that, 4 wide in the corner. On the inside, it's the 13 of Schubert. Then the 54 of Ware, the 37 of Mason Rinker in the middle. Here comes the dude, Neil Marsh, crossing over the wake of the 37 of Mason Rinker. Now moving side by side with the 88 of Josh Wells. Oh, and there goes the one of Corey Walker's getting wadded up in the middle there between the 54 of Ware and the 13 of Schubert. Schubert now hugs it tight to the inside. And what happened to the 52 of Mason Rinker? The problems continue for the young man out of Spring, Texas. He's now shuffled all the way back to 5th position. There's the 54 of Darren Ware sitting in 2nd, starting to pull away from the 37 of Mason Rinker. Now Ware creeping up on the outside hip of the 13 of Grant Schubert as they go down in the south end of the course. Zeller takes a hard pounding hit coming out of the exit of turn 1 down there on the south end of the course. There's the dude, Neil Marsh. Great overhead shots from our drone footage. If you're here in Port Neches, Make sure that you check us out on our YouTube channel or Facebook. You can see some unbelievable overhead and close shots of these Texas Tri-Hulls here on the shores of the Neches River. The 13 of Schubert still to the inside, going side by side with the 54 of Darren Ware, but it's all Wyatt Zeller. Look at Ware now pulling wide to the outside. He's got him covered, coming wide to the outside. Can he make that move stick as they go down to the south end of the course? We've got first through fourth separated by less than a quarter of a second here in this Texas Tri-Hull. And there comes the dude, Neil Marsh, sneaking down to the inside. Now he's got to cross over the wake of the 13 of Schubert. That's going to cost him some speed. The 37 of Mason Rinker now working his way up to try to fight with the 13 of Grant Schubert for that third and final spot on the podium. But right now, the 42, Diamond C. Reynolds of Wyatt Zeller, fighting hard to keep himself out front here. The problem with Texas Trials, one wrong move in that corner, you can go from first to fifth in a heartbeat. The 17 of Neil Marsh now making his move wide down to tight to the inside. As the rest of the field goes wide to the outside, he's starting to creep up on the 13 of Grant Schubert. Now Schubert starts to make his move as he climbs back up on the deck of the 54 of Ware as they go fighting down in the south end of the course. Zeller taking it wide to the outside now. Ware forced back down to the inside. Here comes the 17 of Neil Marsh. What a move by the dude. He goes down inside. Can he get side by side up with the 37 of Rinker? No, he's got to shuffle back, walk his way through the wake of both the 37 of Mason Rinker and the 13 of Grant Schubert. Nowhere to go for the man who's sitting in the catbird seat right now through two heats. Will he remain there after three as they go banging around turn number one on the north end of the course? The 42 of Zeller now looks like he's going to get by the 10 of Jerry Rinker. Very weird to see the 10 of Jerry Rinker lapped here in this Texas Tri-Hull class, and it looks like we lost a boat. Looks like possibly the 63 of Aaron Green has gone dead in the water down there on the south end of the course, just outside of turn one. Same with the 69 of Cole Mullet Waring. We lost a couple of boats here early on in this Texas Tri-Hull Heat 3 qualifier. The 42 of Wyatt Zeller. No, we're about 6 laps in. Here comes the white flag. Will the 37 of Mason Rinker have enough time? He's moved up into second, but here comes the dude. He's creeped up into a fight for second with the 37 of Rinker. We got a drag race down the front straightaway. On the outside, it's the 37 of Mason Rinker. On the inside, it's the 17 of Neil Marsh. Marsh makes a great move. Thread the needle down there into the south end of the course. Can he come out of turn number one in second position? Oh, can he make a move for the lead as the dude Neil Marsh goes side by side in between the 42 of Zeller and the 37 of Rinker? We got a drag race down the backstretch. The dude in the middle now moves wide to the outside, trying to keep the RPMs up on the Texas Tri-Hull. He goes just outside the outside deck as they come out of turn number two. Down the front straightaway, we got side by side as they cross the start-finish line. The 17 of Neil Marsh takes the checkered flag as your winner of heat number 3, coming all the way from the inside of row 6. What an amazing drive for the man out of Hemlock, Michigan. He's your 2022 champion. He came down to Freeport last weekend to start his defense of his title here in 2023, and he has not disappointed. What a great run there, finally, by the 37 of Mason Rinker, and what a frustrating final lap for the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. He almost ran that thing wire to wire after a great jump off the start. And the 52 of the 52 of Tanner Rinker continuing to have some electrical issues, down on power. He took that, used that to his advantage, but the sheer guts, determination, and will of the 17 of Neil Marsh allowed him to get in that battle all the way up to the last turn, out of the last turn, and down as a photo finish on the across the start-finish line there between him, the 42 of Zeller, and the 37 of Mason Rinker. Well, that's the kind of excitement you should expect all afternoon here at the Port Neches Riverfest. Don't forget, if you're looking for some of your Port Neches Riverfest Formula One Powerboat Championship swag, we've got some of that right back up by the entrance to the Midway, just north of the judges' stand here, where everybody comes in and they're shuttling everybody into the golf courts. We have extremely limited quantities left of the Port Neches Riverfest t-shirts. I think we've only got about 20 or 30 left. So get there now and get them while they're still here, because if you wait till 3, 4 o'clock, they are going to be all gone, I can assure you. We've got hats, we've got patches, we've got visors, we've got kids' shirts, we've got tank tops for women, we've got tank tops for guys, and we've got a whole different array of designs of all the great Formula One Powerboat Championship gear, as well as Formula One Powerboat Championship Port Neches Riverfest 2023 limited edition t-shirts. What a great run it was there for the 17 of Neil Marsh. We get a chance to talk to this guy again. I know he's going to be excited. The adrenaline's going to be pumping, and he is going to be geared up for heat number 4 as he looks to try to put himself on pole position for the main event later on this afternoon in Texas Tri-Hall. While we're waiting for the 17 of Neil Marsh, we got to thank the great folks here locally that put on the Riverfest here every year. Concerts from Wednesday to Saturday, a jam-packed day of activities from Wednesday evening all the way through Sunday. There aren't very many communities in the entire United States that I've been to throughout all the years I've been doing boat racing that put on a show like the Port Neches Riverfest does, and it's because of the great folks. The great folks at the Neches Federal Credit Union. Port Neches Federal Credit Union, surcharge-free ATMs. You shouldn't have to pay a fee on your own money. Their Empower program also teaches kids as young as 8 years old important skills to learn, earn, and save. An equal housing lender, federally assured by the NCUA. Find them at netchesfcu.org. They are here to serve you with 8 locations throughout the greater Port Neches community. ISS Leak Sealers. Leak Sealers has joined Industrial Specialty Services, creating the preeminent technical engineered service provider in the United States. Our impeccable safety record, engineering expertise, and fabrication capacity makes us the #1 provider of on-stream technical engineered services in the United States. Classic Chevrolet. Texas is the largest state in the continental United States, and they know you guys drive a lot. That's why they offer a variety of car-related services. Whether you're interested in a new car, truck, or SUV, you need service on the vehicle, or you need service on the vehicle you already own. They're here for you. Let Classic Chevrolet be your used car dealer, your new car depot, service center, and more. Del Papa Distributing. Del Papa Distributing's good name leaves a lasting legacy, from a single grocery store to a distributorship spanning 17 counties with 375 employees. Del Papa Distributing has been delivering high-quality brands and service along the Gulf Coast of Texas for over 100 years. Committed to community, stylistic diversity, and quality, we are honored to serve a wide range of the highest quality brands of beer. Christus Health, St. Elizabeth, your health, your life, our purpose. All right, and that's all the great local sponsors here as we continue to wait for the 17 of Neil Marsh. Looks like he hasn't made it in yet. Our series sponsors here in 2023. Kicker Marine Audio. Living loud since 1973. Find them at kicker.com. Excel Sports, official apparel provider of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Your passion drives us to excel. JH Performance Boats. Custom, handcrafted, shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. Racing Communications. They're radios for racing. Moto Marketing Group. Moto Marketing Group provides award-winning advertising and strategic marketing solutions to any size company or team with one-on-one service and consulting. Moto Marketing Group excels in racing and sports marketing, advertising, and design. And they have a track record to prove it. From boats to cars and motorcycles, if it has an engine, they can make it scream. Find them at motomg.com. Seabolt Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel sponsor of the Formula One Powerboat Championship. Find their full product lineup at vpracingfuels.com. And Mercury Racing, committed to the pursuit of wide open, accept no boundaries, and accept no compromise.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car tow vehicle or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute. With our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Formula One's to the ramp now. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Formula One's to the ramp now. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me now, they call him the Dude, your defending champion from 2022. Just put on a show for everybody here in Port Neches as well as all over the world. You came from the inside of row 6 all the way to the checkered flag. Now that has got to feel good.
I got 3 words. This is for you, Sammy. Here she come, baby. Here she comes. So I forgot to give a shout out to Sam Ordine. He helped me a ton at the house. He is the main crew guy on this spring. Anyways, he worked his butt off to get down here, and he had to plant the field, so he couldn't make the trip down to Texas.
Now let's talk about it, boy. For the majority of that, you were just trying to pick off people, and you finally got up into that 4-boat mash that was fighting for the top spot. Tell us a little bit about that final lap where you move yourself all the way up from 4th, and then nipped everybody with a photo finish there at the finish line to take the checkered flag here in qualifying Heat 3.
Dude, the first time I ever tried running a clear shield, I always got a tinted one, and it fogged up on the second lap. I could barely see where I was going. I don't know how I even pulled that off. It was pretty amazing. I was clearing the shield as I was driving down the straightaway. It was nothing but whitewash and a whole bunch of steering wheel.
Yeah, it looked like the 42 of Zeller and the 37 of Rinker just chose like lane 1 and lane 3. They left that middle lane wide open, and you just kind of squeezed yourself in there. What does that do for your confidence here for the rest of the afternoon before we get ready for the main event later on today?
Just keep all the sides on that thing and not get banged up in this next heat, man. Stay alive and make it to the final, man. It's a heck of a show.
Right on. Well, hey, we'll let you guys get back and get ready for that 4th and final heat where you try to seal the deal for pole position later on this afternoon. Congratulations, Neil.
Thank you, man. I just got one more thing. You guys want to go racing, you call John Schubert at JH Performance. He's got a brand new boat sitting down there. You can sit in it right now. You can race in the final if you want to. So give him a shout, JH Performance, man. They build the best race boats out there.
Right on. Thanks, Neil. Congratulations. That is the 17 of Neil Marsh, the man who took the checkered flag from almost last on the grid here in qualifying heat number 3. He's looking to seal the deal and put himself on pole position for our main event in Texas Tri-Hall later on this afternoon. Up next, we've got the 3rd and final qualifying heat in the Formula One class, starting with Group A, then Group B, and we're going to set our final starting order for their main event to wrap up racing action later on today here at the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championships here at the Port Neches Riverfest. All right, race fans, we're getting lined up and ready to go here for the third and final qualifying heat in Group A in the Formula One class. Let's take a look at our starting grid as we do reverse order of points, as we do at every race throughout the Formula One Powerboat Championship season. I like to call it flipping the script. Worst goes to first, first goes to worst. So let's take a look at our reverse order of total points here for qualifying heat number 3. On the pole out of Richmond, Texas, running for Yates Racing and JH Performance Boats with that APX 200 competition 4-stroke on the back of that chartreuse and black composite craft, the number 99 of Travis Yates. Second off the start pontoon out of Toledo, Ohio, running for Gytech Motorsports and Erie Marine Supply, number 41, Bumpin' Bobby Briggs. Third off the start pontoon, the man out of Innisfil, Ontario, Canada, running for Crystal Clear Wiper Blades, number 94, Rusty Wyatt. Fourth off the start pontoon in that brand new Hoffman Composite Formula One with another APX competition 4-stroke V6 Mercury on the back out of Paw Paw, Illinois, number 62, Chris Fairchild. Fifth off the start pontoon, one half of the Clover Construction Racing Team, and the only one here in Heat 3 is the other driver on the Clover Construction Racing Team is a scratch after going over and qualifying Heat number 2 yesterday. This driver, though, is your defending series champion in Formula One out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, number 24, Spencer Love. Sixth off the start pontoon, one half of the Phase 3 Performance Racing Team out of Richmond, Texas, number 8, Jeremiah Get Out of My Way Mayo. Seventh off the start pontoon, one of the most decorated drivers in Formula One history out of Tampa, Florida, the other half of the Phase 3 Performance Racing Team, number 10, Terry Rinker. Eighth off the start pontoon, the man who sits in the catbird seat fighting for pole position here through 2 qualifying heats. Can he solidify his pole position from 8th off the start pontoon out of Spring, Texas, running for Gregory Law Firm, McLean Trailers, Roswell Marine Audio, number 52, Chris the Real Deal Rinker. And rounding out the field here in this 9-boat split field Group A qualifying heat number 3, the only rookie here starting heat 3 in Group A, coming up from Formula Lights last season, a rookie here in Formula One in 2023, running for Hertz Audio, Snap-on Tools, JH Performance Boats out of Richmond, Texas, number 13, Grant Schubert. All right, and we are ready to go here, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute, drivers, 1 minute. Will the 99 of Travis Yates get a good jump with that APX 4-stroke and find the inside line and stay out in front here in the opening lap of this third and final qualifying heat in Group A? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will Bumpin' Bobby Briggs bump the competition out of the way and find himself out in front? Or could the 94 of Rusty Wyatt grab a checkered flag here in the third qualifying heat? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will the 62 of Chris Fairchild and the 24 of Spencer Love find their way out to the front here early on? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or could it be the number 8 and the number 10, the Phase 3 team of Jeremiah Mayo and Terry Rinker? Or could it be our leader so far through qualifying the 52 of Chris Rinker? Let's find out who's going to win Heat 3 here in Group A. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters' orders. As they drop the flag and come roaring off the beach. Nice jump there by the 94 of Rusty Wyatt as well as the 24 of Spencer Love as they go down through the middle of the course, heading towards the north end. Who's going to come out on top? The 24 of Spencer Love absolutely slams the door on the majority of the field here. What a great jump by the man out of Santa Rosa Valley, California. Starting 5th off the start pontoon, moves 4 spots up and finds himself out in front. Now side-by-side battle between the 94 of Rusty Wyatt and the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo sitting in 2nd and 3rd. The 54 of Chris Rinker all the way up into 4th place with the 10 of Terry Rinker sitting in 4th. That's the 52 of Chris Rinker in 5th position. But there's the 10 of Terry Rinker behind that battle for 2nd between the 94 of Rusty Wyatt on the inside and the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo on the outside. That blaze orange and white Moore design, French-built composite hull with crystal clear wiper blades on the side. Oh, look at there. And Mayo tries to make a move down to the inside, gets caught up in the wash. And that's going to leave the window open for 10 of Terry Rinker as he goes wide to the outside. RPM's up. Pack an arrow to that Hoffman hole. Look at those twin Hoffmans. One with the teal nose, one with the white. Who's going to be able to get the other one as they go down to the south end of the course into turn one? The Ada Mayo's going to cross wide over the wake on the outside of the 94 of Wyatt, who's holding tight there in second, but nobody can catch the 24 of Spencer Love right now, as he's got about a 7-boat length lead here in lap 2 of this 8-minute plus 1 lap. Third and final qualifying heat in Formula One Group A. The 24 of Spencer Love's absolutely screaming down the front stretch. Nobody seems to have an answer here early on for the young man out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, trying to repeat here in 2023. He sits atop of the mountain, and everybody's looking to knock him off. What a great move there, paying through the wash. The 52 of Chris Rinker gets hosed down coming out of turn number 1 through turn 2. Now he sets his way back north up the back straightaway. There's the 24 of Spencer Love now coming out of turn number 3. Sets it off at turn number 4. What a great run so far for the young man from California as he tries to defend his title here in 2023. Can he do it with Clover Construction on the side? There's a great move by the 10 of Terry Rinker, going wide to the outside against the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, as they just cannot seem to pull away from one another, but nobody can catch the 24 of Spencer Love, who's now opened up almost a half a straightaway lead over the 94 of Rusty Wyatt as they start out of the south end of the course, now heading back north. There's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, pushing hard, starting to open up a little bit more of a lead over the 10 of Terry Rinker, who's liking that wide line to the outside. Oh no, the 13 of Grant Schubert's going to have some problems there. The cowling is off, and he's having to pull off the race course. There's the 94 of Wyatt now, crabbing it out of turn number 4. Through the wake goes the number 8 of Mayo. Outside hip, there's the 10 of Rinker. Now here comes the other Rinker, the 52 of Chris Rinker, tight to the inside. He puts it on his tail, and that canary yellow Moore design hull is absolutely screaming here. Can he catch the 10 of Terry Rinker and gain those points to hopefully secure the top spot on the podium? The top spot on the start pontoon for our main event later today. The 10 of Rinker leaves him a lane on the inside. The 52 of Chris Rinker keeps pushing. There's the 94 of Wyatt now fighting with the 8 of Mayo. He's got a rearview mirror of that teal and white phase 3 machine. He knows he cannot make a mistake if he wants to hang on to that second spot here in qualifying heat number 3. Oh, Mayo goes, that's a 10 of Rinker going through the wash of the 8 of Mayo, and that's what the 52 of Chris Rinker is looking for. He needs one of those phase 3 boats to get caught up in the wash so he can close that gap and try to get up on the podium, gain those extra points, and try to put a stranglehold on the pole position. Later on today, there's the 13 of Grant Schubert. Looks like he's pulling in to the trailer, and his weekend continues to be frustrating for the young man out of Richmond, Texas. But our leader continues to push. Out of the north end, there he comes down the front straight, crossing the start-finish line, completing one more lap. There's the 94 of Wyatt, the 8 of Mayo, the 10 of Rinker, and the 52 of Chris the Real Deal Rinker. They are just mashed up. Quarter of a second or less between second and fifth here in Group A, as it's the Spencer Love show in the third and final qualifying heat here in Group A, as he's now stretched it out almost to a complete straightaway lead over the rest of the field. There we see the 62 of Chris Fairchild go by on that APX 4-stroke composite, not having the best weekend, but had to thrash to get that thing together at the last minute due to some unforeseen mechanical issues with that Hoffman composite F1. Now we got a side-by-side battle with Mayo on the outside. Now Rinker switched it up, and he goes down to the inside as they're side-by-side down the front straightaway. Who's going to be able to make it down into turn number 1 in that third position? Will it be the 8 of Mayo wide to the outside as he's got overlap on the 10 of Rinker? They sent it down to the turn, but he does not make a good enough turn to be able to get by the 10 of Rinker, and Rinker now moves up into that third position and on the podium. There's that veteran presence for you. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, a young gun here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, just does not have the experience that the 10 of Terry Rinker has. He used that to his advantage there, coming out of turns 3 and 4. Now with the 8 of Mayo, he had an opportunity to dive down inside. He chose not to take it, and he stays behind the 10 of Terry Rinker as they go down the front straightaway. You've got 14 laps completed in this 8-minute plus 1 lap Formula One event here in the final qualifying heat of Group A. Oh, the 8 of Mayo just gets absolutely doused coming out of turn number 2, and here comes the 52 of Chris the Real Deal Rinker. He's better watch out as Rinker's creeping up wide on his outside. Mayo's got to hang on for dear life as they go down the back straightaway. Can he hold on to that fourth position as the 52 of Chris Rinker is pushing hard to overtake him here in the waning stages of this third and final qualifying heat in Formula One Group A? There's that Roswell Marine Audio McLean Trailers machine, Gregory Law Firm on the nose, pushing hard, trying to bring some hardware Home for the Gregory Law Firm, his great local sponsor for the numerous years here on the Port Neches Riverfest. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo now goes wide to the outside. Here comes a move on Rinker down and tight to the inside. Just outside the left hip of that 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, trying to stay out of the wash as they go down into turns 3 and 4 on the north end of the course. Will he shut the door on the 52 of Rinker? No, he chooses to go wide to the outside. Here comes Rinker down tight to the inside. Mayo crabs it on its tail, sweeping it out of turn number 4. Now he shuts the door. The 52 of Rinker's got to cross through the spray, and that's what the 8 of Mayo needed to keep the 52 of Rinker at bay here as they fight for 4th. Continuing to push there, the 10 of Terry Rinker fighting hard to try to close the gap between him and the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. Nobody still has an answer for the 24 of Spencer Love, the young man from California looking to defend his title. Had an up and down yesterday, some solid finishes on a restart. He got caught on a restart, did not get a very good jump, and he got shuffled back from 1st to 4th. Let's see if he can make up for it here in this 3rd and final qualifying heat. Ooh, there's the 94 of Wyatt getting by the 41 Guy-Tech Motorsports of bumping Bobby Briggs. Briggs staying out of the way, going a lap down as the 94 of Wyatt comes flying by him as he's now actually starting to close the gap a little bit over him and the 24 of Spencer Love. That very well could be. We're under a minute remaining plus 1 lap here in this 3rd and final qualifying heat in Group A, and his crew chief's like, hey man, just keep it easy, baby. This wind's picking up. We don't need you on your head. We got to save that motor for the final because you are way out in front right now, about a third of a straightaway lead over the rest of the field. There goes the 24 of Love down into turn 1. Off turn 2 now, and he leans into the throttle, trims that 2.5 liter Mercury V6 outboard. Out from that boat, lifting the nose out of the water, packing air onto that machine. He goes 105, 110, 115 miles an hour before he drops that motor back to the inside and goes way wide, sweeping it out of turn number 3, coming off of turn number 4. He sees that green flag go down, a white flag come out. Go fast, turn left, just 4 more times for the man from California, looking to secure valuable points and move himself up a few positions on the start podium for our main event later on this afternoon. There's the 41 of bumping Bobby Briggs, now fighting with the 52 of Chris Rinker, as Rinker's looking to get by him down the front straightaway as he has lost a little bit of ground over that 4th place boat, the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. As our leaders come out of turns 3 and 4, there's our leader right now, the 24 of Spencer Love. Goes wide out of turn number 4, puts it on its tail. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together. Winning the final qualifying heat in Group A, running for Clover Construction, number 24, Spencer Love. In 2nd position with a great effort here and valuable points gathered, the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, and rounding out the top 3, the 10 of Terry Rinker. Followed by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, the 52 of Chris Rinker, the 62 of Chris Fairchild, the 41 of bumping Bobby Briggs, the 99 of Travis Yates, and unfortunately for the 13 of Grant Schubert, he only made it about halfway through this race before he had to put it on the trailer. And the gremlins continue for the young man who's not used to being where he is, but what a race that was for the number 24 of Spencer Love. He ran that thing wire to wire after an unbelievable start, coming from 5th off the start pontoon. He got far enough out in front of all of them. He kind of cut across all the front of them, shut the door on them all, took off like a rocket out of turn numbers 3 and 4 down the front stretch, and the rest was history as he ran that thing all the way to the checkered flag. Let's take a look at our race results again there, right, with an elapsed time of 8 minutes and 39 seconds, 14 laps completed. The 24 of Spencer Love, huge points for our main event later on this afternoon here in Group A. Again, we take Group A, Group B, total points combined, we mush them together, and that'll make our starting grid for our 20-boat final here on the shores of the Neches River. 19-boat final. We lost the 74 of Jesse Sweet Baby Swain yesterday after a barrel roll down in turn 1, damaged the transom on the back of his Formula One machine, caused him to keep that boat on the trailer, and he's just going to be a spectator today like the rest of the folks here in Port Neches. Great run there by the 94 of Rusty Wyatt as he really needed a big race here in qualifying heat number 3. I can imagine he was hoping to be able to get to that first turn after the commitment buoy on the start a little bit quicker to try to kind of cut off the 24 of Spencer Love. He wasn't able to do it, but he held on for a great 2nd place finish here in this 3rd and final qualifying heat. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Group B's final qualifying heat here, and that will set our grid for the main event in Formula One. So up next, we've got Group B. You got a few minutes. Swing back out to the Formula One Powerboat Championships apparel tent over there by the main entrance to the grounds right near the midway. Debbie Seabold and the team providing you all the awesome Formula One Powerboat Championship swag. We've even got some limited edition 2023 Port Neches Riverfest Formula One Powerboat Championship shirts. Very limited quantities. I stopped by there a little bit earlier today. I think we had about 25 or 30 shirts left. They very well could be gone by now. You can only get them here, and you can only get them this weekend. One time and one time only. Grab that shirt, and maybe, just maybe after racing's done today, you can get a Sharpie in hand and get some great autographs from all the phenomenal Formula One drivers, Formula Light drivers, and Tri-Hull drivers here that have come down to Port Neches, Texas for the opening round of the 2023 season. All right, while we wait for the 24 of Spencer Love to make his way out of the cockpit, our local sponsors here on the Riverfest, what a great group they are. We love having them every year. We hope to see even more of them next year, and hopefully this helps. Classic Chevrolet. Texas is the largest state in the U.S. We all know that. And, well, when it takes you longer to get across this state than it does multiple states in other parts of the country, we know you drive a lot. That's why they offer a variety of car-related services. Whether you're interested in a new car, truck, or SUV, or you even need service on the vehicle you already own, they're here to help. Let Classic Chevrolet be your used car dealer, your new car depot, and your service center, and more. Del Papa Distributing, serving 17 counties with 375 employees for over 100 years on the Gulf Coast of Texas. Committed to community, stylistic diversity, and quality, they are honored to serve a wide range of the highest quality brands of beer. Port Neches Federal Credit Union. Surcharge-free ATMs. You shouldn't have to pay a fee on your own money. Find all the details out, all their great programs at nechesfcu.org. Dragon Industrial Wrap. Professional engineering design carbon fiber wrap to prevent unplanned outages and prolong the lifespan of your equipment. Krista's Health, St. Elizabeth. Your health, your life, our purpose. And ISS Leak Sealers. The preeminent technical engineering service provider in the United States. Their impeccable safety, record engineering expertise, and fabrication capacity makes them the #1 provider of on-stream technical engineered services in the United States. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We've got a couple of vehicles that need to be moved. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Dustin Mills, Adrian. We need you to move your car. Mercury team. And from Mercury Racing team, we need you to move your car immediately. You're blocking the ability for boats to get down to the boat ramp. Thank you. Race fans, joining me now, the man who had an unbelievable start there in qualifying Heat 3 and ran that thing from lap 1 to the end out in front, the 24 of Spencer Love. I know it's been a long weekend for you, Spencer. Your rookie teammate's been on his head a couple of times. You got your daughter running in Formula Lights, and you had a little bit of a redemption after that restart yesterday. Let's talk a little bit about what allowed you to get out in front here early on and gain some valuable points in this final qualifying Heat in Group A.
Yeah, and on top of all that, one of our main guys, Bill Rucker, isn't here this weekend. We're definitely missing him, but I don't know. On the other hand, it's probably good he's not here because it's wearing us out this weekend. So, I don't know. We'll be ready for you when you come back, Bill, make things smoother. So, we're missing you. I got a call from Greg Foster this morning, too, and that gave me a little bit extra motivation. It was great hearing his voice and talking to him on the phone. So, we miss you. We can't wait for you to be back. Hopefully, we'll see you in Havasu this year.
Yeah, let's talk about that start. It seems like that Clover construction machine comes off the beach like an absolute rocket. What are you guys going to do for the main event to try to see if you can get a repeat of that start here in Heat 3?
I got to use an expletive, but I guess I can just, you guys can assume what it is, but don't you know what with it. So that's what we're going to do, is just don't you know what with it. So
we put that thing on the trailer, put a cover over it till it's time to pull it back off and go racing for the final, huh?
Yeah, no, we appreciate everything you guys do. We appreciate being here, and it's nice to at least get on the podium for one of the qualifiers. So,
well, if you end up with a start like that in the final like you did here in Heat 3, I have a feeling you're going to be fighting for that top spot on the podium in the main event here as you look to defend your 2022 series title.
We're looking to get up there.
Right on. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. That's the 24 of Spencer Love, your series champion from 2022, looking to go back-to-back here in 2023. He got valuable points, and that's going to wrap up Group A as we've got Group B on the water to set our starting grid for our main event later on this afternoon here at the Formula One Powerboat Championships season opener here at the Port Neches Riverfest. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Tri-hulls to the ramp, tri-hulls to the ramp. Attention in the pits, tri-hulls to the ramp. All right, race fans, let's take a look at our final qualifying heat here in Formula One. Group B's third and final qualifying heat, and we will have our starting grid set for our main event later on this afternoon. Right now, they're all trying to chase down the 52 of Chris Rinker and the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Anderson is the front runner for pole position as he was the winner in the first two qualifying heats here in Group B. They're going to do like we do all season long, like we've done all weekend. We're going to flip that script here in Heat 3, first to worst, worst to first. Let's take a look at what our starting lineup looks like for Group B, Heat 3 qualifier, the final one here before our main event. Pull it down. All right, now let's take a look at that starting lineup on the pole for the third and final qualifying heat. Out of Thibodaux, Louisiana, running for JH Performance Boats and Craftsman. And Ameristar Roofing, the 09 of Whitney, Terry Fletcher. Second off the start pontoon after some starter issues yesterday caused him to not do as well as he was hoping to. The man from Florida, running for Buckshot Racing in the Buckshot Cleaver, number 77, Mike Quindazzi. Third off the start pontoon, the Ameristar Roofing. We call her Black Beauty. The APX 204 stroke on the backs out of Houma, Louisiana, the number 190 of Dustin Terry. Fourth off the start pontoon, out of Conroe, Texas. They call him Rude Jude, number 70, Jude Gaspard. Fifth off the start pontoon, had some up and down Saturday, looking to make some improvements here on Sunday out of LaPierre, Michigan. Running for Hanger, 24. Racy's Extreme and Gytech Motorsports, number 71, Jimmy Kerr. Sixth off the start pontoon out of the Woodlands, Texas. Running for Fleming Manufacturing, the number 9, Johnny Fleming. Seventh off the start pontoon, 1/2 for the Chuck Skelton Racing Team. Number 93, R.J. West. Eighth off the start pontoon, and the man who's looking to get pole position here in the Formula One final out of Nashville, Tennessee. Running for Anderson Marine, number 17, Dylan Anderson. And our two rookies here in Group B, Heat 3. Ninth off the start pontoon, would have finished possibly third or fourth in Heat 2 if it wasn't for a barrel roll down in turn number 1 in the late stages of qualifying Heat number 2. Out of Michigan, H1 Unlimited driver and now Formula One driver, number 14, running for Phenom Ventures, Andrew Tate. And rounding out the field, the final rookie in Group B, out of Monrovia, California, running for Chuck Skelton Racing in Composite Craft, number 92, Dean Comer. All right, and that's our grid for the Formula One class here in Group B. Who is going to grab that coveted checkered flag here in Group B and do as much as they can to move themselves up to the top spot on the podium for our main event. Safety crew, sport rescue here, making sure the course is ready to go. We've got all 10 drivers lined up here on the shores of the Neches River. And it looks like the 14 of Andrew Tate having some issues potentially stemming from that barrel roll down in turn number 1 in late afternoon yesterday. They spent all night last night drying out that motor, draining the boat, changing all the electricals to make sure that that 14 Phenom Ventures machine could be a rocket ship on the water here for Sunday finals. Doug. All right, we're just looking to get the 14 of Andrew Tate's rear cowling on. And it looks like they might. It looks like the 14 of Andrew Tate might be running without the rear cowling here in the third and final qualifying heat, as they're having some issues getting that thing to fashion. Oh, it looks like we're going to give him a quick second to go to the trailer to try to get that repaired, as this brackish water here on the Neches River can wreak havoc on the electrical components of these Formula One boats. And they want to try to get that thing secured so that we can keep water from going inside the center pod on that 14 DAC Formula One hull with the 14 of Andrew Tate behind the wheel. You can see there that rear cowling is off, that center pod. That houses the fuel tank, the batteries, and a lot of the integral components of a Formula One boat. But it's completely hollow, like the majority of every Formula One boat. You can see all that composite carbon fiber and Kevlar on the inside of that boat. That thing is very rigid, very tough, as one would expect, considering he went over yesterday and there was no damage sustained to that Formula One DAC for Andrew Tate, but they've got to try to get it on the trailer because they just couldn't get that rear cowling affixed properly. It looks like that actually might be the backup cowling, as the one yesterday might have gotten destroyed, which is why they're having issues trying to get that rear cowling on the 14 of Andrew Tate. So they pulled the rear cowling out of the trailer, the backup rear cowling. They've got the boat on the trailer quickly. And they're going to try to get that thing fastened as quickly as they can so we can get underway here with Group B, final qualifying heat. Now, normally, if you go to the trailer at any point once we are about to start or have started our heats, you're going to have to go to the end of the dock. Well, Andrew was already at the end of the dock, so he's actually just going to swap positions with the 92 of Dean Comer. Instead of starting 9th, he's going to start 10th here in Heat 2, but that hasn't stopped him yet. He has had some amazing speed in that Phenom Ventures machine here this weekend. Pretty impressive for a rookie in his first ever Formula One race, but he's a part of that group we like to call #NotARookie. He is an extremely decorated H1 Unlimited driver who will be running on the H1 Unlimited series here with his crew chief and team owner on the Formula One series, Dylan Rooney, who's going to be running in that Home Street Bank H1 Unlimited. They kick off their season in early June with a test series in Tri-Cities, Washington. They open up the first round of the H1 Unlimited series in Guntersville, Alabama, with a third weekend in June. So Andrew Tate's going to have quite a bit of racing under his belt before he gets under the first racing competition in his H1 Unlimited series, as we're going to have a couple of races under our belts before they even get to testing on the H1 Unlimited series. But he's getting some valuable seat time inside of a different type of machine. These boats, no canard wing. It has a motor that turns the boat with a gear case, a little bit different of a setup. Speed slightly different as well, but when it comes to that main event, I think later on this afternoon, I think the 14 of Andrew Tate's in for a rude awakening, as you get 19 boats ripping around this 3/4 mile course here on the shores of the Neches River. Quite a bit different than the 4 to 6 boats per race on the water you see in the H1 Unlimited series. They're working feverishly down there. Looks like the 62 of Chris Fairchild, the consummate professional, always willing to help out any of his fellow competitors, down there with his head inside the center pod as they continue to work on that DAC to try to get things figured out to get that rear cowling on the 14 of Andrew Tate. Looks like we've got some friends joining us here wanting to get the best seat in the house. If you can see on our live stream, there's a pelican out there kind of floating just out in front of the Formula One fleet. There he is. He's like, hey, what are these? These don't look like normal boats I see out here. Well, you better get out of the way, buddy, because you're about to get run over real quick if you don't make it by our start pontoon here. He's just taking a leisurely stroll along the shores of the Neches River, having a great Sunday afternoon, looking for some delicious snacks. You know, our chief referee, Doug Ray, is yelling at that pelican out there, and he's just like, dude, this is my river, not yours. You're just a guest. I'm going to do what I want to do. But it'll be very interesting to see as he turns around now and goes back. He just can't get enough of looking at all these beautiful Formula One boats here on the shores of the Neches River. He's right out in front of our boat that sits in third position off the start pontoon, the 190 of Dustin Terry. Well, it looks like we've got to have Jared Whitehead, one of the members of our sport rescue team, is going to go chase him down away from our start pontoon. There we go. And he's trying to. No, I don't want to. Fine, I will. He still has zero desire to leave where he's at right now. He wants to stay and watch. He's looking for the best seat in the house. He sure had it. But he also could have put himself in harm's way, that's for sure. He keeps trying to fly, but Jared can't get quite close enough to him to get him to take off the water. He likes to stay where he's at. It might be an injured pelican out there, which is why he's unwilling to fly. Hopefully, he'll stay out of the way once these boats come roaring to life. I have a feeling the noise coming off the back of these Mercury motors is going to get his attention. And now we finally got him moved a little bit further down shore, away from the start pontoon here for Group B Heat 3 qualifier, the final qualifier for Group B, as the 14 of Andrew Tate was able to get that rear cowling affixed. Again, that's the backup cowling. He lost his main cowling, got it destroyed when he barrel rolled down in turn number 1 yesterday afternoon in the waning stages of Group B Heat 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rock and roll and set our starting grid for the main event here in Formula One later on today with the final qualifying heat in Group B. They got the 14 Andrew Tate turned around, who shuffled back to 10th place from 9th on the start pontoon after having to go to the trailer. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. As the lids close on these Formula One machines, who's going to come off the dock here like a rocket in heat number 3? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Have the gremlins been figured out by the 77 of Mike Quindazzi? Can he get the whole shot and gain valuable points here in Group B Heat 3 qualifier? 40 seconds, drivers. Or will that APX of Dustin Terry on the back of that Ameristar roofing machine get in the catbird seat here in Heat 3? 30 seconds, drivers. Could it be the 70 of Jude Gaspard, the 71 of Jimmy Kerr, the 9 of Johnny Fleming, or the 93 of RJ West? Let's set our starting lineup for our main event later on this afternoon. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters' orders. He drops the flag and they come roaring to life. What a great jump there by the 9 of Johnny Fleming. Fleming must have figured it out yesterday after a rough Saturday for the Fleming manufacturing team. Who's going to make it down to the far pin of the course? What happened to the 9 of Fleming? He laid way back off, and it's the 77 of Mike Quindazzi who comes out in front, sitting second off the start pontoon, now finds himself out in front with the 71 of Jimmy Kerr chasing him as they go down the front straightaway. There's the pickle, the 71 of Jimmy Kerr pushing hard. These smoother conditions, very enjoyable for that Pew-designed Formula One with Jimmy Kerr behind the wheel. There's the 70 of Jude Gaspard now working up. He's got a battle going for second between the 70 of Gaspard and the 71 of Kerr. Now here comes the 17 of Dylan Anderson wide to the outside. That thing is scary fast here in 2023 as he's trying to go back to back to back and do a clean sweep of qualifying here in Group B. But not if the 77 of Mike Quindazzi or the 71 of Jimmy Kerr has anything to say about it. Now the 17 of Dylan Anderson goes side by side with the 70 of Gaspard. He gets by the 70 of Gaspard, now works his way back into lane 2. Take a look at that starting order. The Gaspard in 4th, the 9 of Johnny Fleming in 5th, the 190 of Dustin Terry in 6th, then the 09 of Whitney Terry Fletcher 7th, RJ West 8th, Andrew Tate 9th, and Dean Comer rounding out the field here. Andrew Tate rounding out the field here. He's mired back in 10th. Here comes the 17 Anderson. We got to move for second. Anderson wide to the outside. The 71 of Jimmy Kerr tight to the inside. They go down into turn number 3. Off 3 now out of 4. Kerr staying tight to the inside. He knows he's got to go a short way around the course as the top speed of that Anderson Marine Racing machine is unprecedented here in the opening round of 2023. And he's just going to drag race him down the front straight away. Can he get the overlap as they go down into turn number 1? He goes wide to the outside. The Kerr stays tight to the inside. He's fighting with every ounce he has. But the 17 of Dylan Anderson's got too much raw power for the 71 of Jimmy Kerr as he motors right by him, coming out of turn number 4 down the back straightaway with his eyes set on the number 77 of Mike Quindazzi, our leader here, as we've got 6 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap in this final qualifying heat in Formula One before we set our starting lineup for the main event later on this afternoon. The 77 of Quindazzi now moving his way out into turn 3, trying to dirty up the water. He's going to go back to the pin. No, he chooses to stay wide, forcing the 17 of Anderson way wide to the outside. Comes off of turn number 2. He's going to have an absolute dogfight in his hands here right now as the 17 of Dylan Anderson works up the outside of the rooster tail. They go deck to deck, side by side. Nose to tail down into turn number 3. Quindazzi's continuing to force the 17 of Anderson wide. There's Anderson off his back right hip. Sweeping it out of turn number 4, puts it on its tail. Trims that boat out and mashes that accelerator to the floor. 105, 110, 115 miles an hour as they work their way down the front stretch. Nice job there by the 77 of Quindazzi. He's really doing a good job driving the 17 of Anderson all over the course, and that's his only recourse he's got. He knows he does not have the top-end speed the 17 of Anderson has, but if he can drive that young man all over the course, he can hopefully keep him at bay here for another 4 minutes and 52 seconds plus 1 lap. As they continue to push, the 77 of Quindazzi comes out of turn number 4 in lane 3. Now here's the move. Anderson goes down to the inside. Can the 77 of Quindazzi shut the door? Now he starts to move over. He's going to have to go down to the pin. Can he shut the door on the 17 of Anderson? Yes, he does. What a nice move there by the 77 of Quindazzi. Great radio work by his crew chief and wife, Emma Quindazzi, as she let him know, hey, work your way back down to lane 1 because the 17 Anderson's coming up the inside. He's going to try that move again down to the north end of the course. On the outside in lane 2, it's the 77 of Quindazzi. Now he hugs it tight down into turn number 3, forcing the 17 of Anderson to go way wide to the outside. What a great move there by the 77 of Quindazzi, who's finally starting to see the realization of all of his hard work in the offseason come to fruition here in the final qualifying heat. If he can keep this up, he could be a dark horse in the main event later on this afternoon. The 77 of Quindazzi now started to open up a little bit more of a lead, and we got to watch out now. We got to battle for third. As we take a look back at our third place boat, the 71 of Jimmy Kerr making his way into turn number 3. He's got the 190 of Dustin Terry nipping on his heels as they go down to the north end of the course. The 190 of Terry sets it wide to the outside off of 3. Now sweeping it out of 4. Is he going to dart underneath? He's trying to dart underneath. No, he's got to sweep it way wide to the outside again. Can he? The high RPMs and top speed of that APX allow him to close the gap as they go down the front stretch. Still liking that wide line, the 71. Oh, look out, he burps it there and almost barrel rolls down out of turn number 1. And that opens up the door for the 71 of Jimmy Kerr to pull away a little bit. Look at the number 93 of RJ West after a rough qualifying heat number 2, doing a lot better here up in 5th position in qualifying heat number 3. There's our leader flashed by, still doing battle with the 17 of Anderson. But that battle is not as tight as the battle we got going on now for the final spot on the podium here in Group B qualifying heat number 3. The 71 of Jimmy Kerr going tight way around the course, pin to pin, short way around, forcing the 190 of Dustin Terry to run an absolute perfect race here in Heat 3. If he can get by the 71 of Kerr, that's some valuable points he's going to gain. He's run solid through the first 2 qualifying heats, probably going to find himself in that middle pack, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th in the main event. but he's continuing to fight. There's our leader now, the 77 of Mike Quindazzi, running a great race so far. If he can just put a couple of these together, he could be a force to be reckoned with, but it seems like he's got an up and then a down, and then an up and then a down. He struggles to put consistent heat races together, and that always ends up hurting him come the main event, because he'll find himself in 7th, 8th, 9th position instead of 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, or even on the pole. But he got the gremlins out of the way. I know he had a starter go bad on him in qualifying heat number 2 yesterday. He had to go to the trailer, which when he went to the back of the dock, even though he was a couple of laps down, the final few laps of that second qualifying heat, he ran extremely well. But it was frustrating for him because it was after he had to go to the trailer and give up valuable position. There's our leader, the 77 of Quindazzi. Now we see the 71 of Kerr still holding on against the number 190, Dustin Terry. Now he's got to watch out because another APX motor on the back of that 93 RJ West composite craft. Chuck Skelton Racing Machine starting to close the gap on him as well. There you see RJ West flash going down into turn 1. Out of turn 2, now is the 190 of Dustin Terry. We see our leader there continue to push hard out of turn number 3. Now goes tight off the corner in turn number 4. And this could be that moment that the 17 as Anderson was looking for as they start to get up on some of the back markers. The 14 of Andrew Tate and the 92 of Dean Comer. Here comes Anderson flying high wide outside. Down tight to the inside, the 77 of Quindazzi sets it. Now he's got to make sure, oh no, he's going to get into the wash. He sweeps wide out of the wash. Can he force the 17 of Anderson way wide to the outside? He does, but this could be the moment. The 17 of Dylan Anderson working it wide to the outside. Coming on the outside, hipping the 77 of Quindazzi as they go down into turns 3 and 4. Oh, he just runs out of room down the straightaway, but Quindazzi cannot stay out of the wake of the 92 of Dean Comer, and that could spell disaster. As here we go, we got a battle coming down the front stretch. Anderson's working it all the way up to side by side. Can he get down there? Oh, he looks, he blows by the doors off of the 77 of Mike Quindazzi. They go down into turn number 1. Will we have a new leader? Yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen. The 17 of Dylan Anderson, coming from third last off the start pontoon, is now your leader here in Group B qualifying with a clean sweep here in heat number 3. He will be your pole sitter in the main event later on today. Can he hang on for 1.5 more laps as he goes down into turn number 4? Our new leader is pushing hard against the rest of the field there. He forces the 14 Andrew Tate way wide to the outside, getting by that back marker. Here comes the white flag out. Go fast, turn left, just 4 more times for the young man out of Nashville, Tennessee. Can he be the lone driver to clean sweep qualifying on the weekend and secure pole position for later on today? As the 77 of Quindazzi's really fallen off the pace now, sitting back in second position. He's got to watch out because we got a battle for second, third, and fourth between him, the 71 of Kerr, the 190 of Dustin Terry. But our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, goes down into turn number 3. Sets it off at turn number 4, ladies and gentlemen, with a clean sweep of qualifying here in Group B. Your pole sitter for our main event, number 17, Dylan Anderson. And now the battle for second, third, and fourth as we continue to watch here. The 77 of Mike Quindazzi holds on, and we got a photo finish for third and fourth. The 71 of Jimmy Kerr hangs on to third, narrowly off the podium in the final qualifying heat. In fourth, the 190 of Dustin Terry. In fifth position, the 93 of RJ West. Sixth position, the number 70 of Jude Gaspard. In eighth position, the number 9. In seventh position, the number 9 of Johnny Fleming. In 8th, the number 09 of Whitney Terry Fletcher. 9th, the number 14 of Andrew Tate. And rounding out the field, the 92 of Dean Comer. What a great run it was there for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. We're going to have hopefully an opportunity to chat with the man who did exactly what he came here to do, which was to sweep qualifying and secure that pole position for our main event here in just about an hour and a half. What a great run for the young man out of Nashville, Tennessee, running for Anderson Marine. He started off running on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series with a Yamaha-powered Formula One. Due to some reliability issues, he switched over from the Yamaha to the Mercury. And he's putting it on the trailer with a grin from ear to ear as he's done exactly what every driver on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series is looking to do in qualifying at every race. Because if you take 3 checkered flags, the likelihood that you're not going to be on the pole is slim to none. And since he's the only driver that was able to win all 3 heats, he's going to be sitting to the left of the 52 of Chris Rinker, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, and the rest of the field here in Formula One. All right, up next we've got our final qualifying heat for the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. So far, the dude Neil Marsh sitting in the catbird seat there. Can he complete the qualifying heat number 4 in position to put himself on the inside of row 1 for their main event later on today? We're going to wait and find out. All right. You know, and every year we traverse the country on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, from Arizona to up north in Wisconsin, down here on the southeast coast of Texas, the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. We couldn't do without our sponsors. First and foremost, Mercury Racing, committed to the pursuit of wide open, accept no boundaries, and accept no compromise. JH Performance Boats, custom handcrafted shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. Excel Sports, official apparel provider of the Formula One Powerboat Championship. Your passion drives them to excel. VP Racing Fuels. Learn more about Ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com, the official fuel sponsor of the Formula One Powerboat Championships. Seabolt Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Kicker Marine Audio, living loud since 1973. Moto Marketing Group, award-winning advertising and strategic marketing solutions organization, excelling in racing and sports marketing, advertising, and design. They've got the track record to prove it. From boats to cars and motorcycles, if it has an engine, they can make it scream. And Seaway Marine, the presenting sponsor of Formula Lights class here in 2023. They're your one-stop dealership for current vintage outboard and stern drive parts, from new old stock, hard to find, and in-stock parts. With the most knowledgeable team in the industry with over decades of experience, Seaway Marine provides itself in its excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. Call them at 425-412-4006. Email the sales department, sales@sea-way.com, or find them online at seawaymarine.com. All right. Well, those are our sponsors that allow us to traverse the country. Now I'm going to talk to the man who's going to be sitting on the pole for the main event here in the Formula One class. Your winner from Group B, heat number 3, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. All right, race fans, joining me now, the man who went back to back to back and did what every driver's trying to do, securing 3 checkered flags. It's got to feel good to find yourself on pole position for the main event later today, huh, Dylan?
It feels phenomenal. Feels really good.
I think this is the first time for you with a clean sweep in qualifying. Is that correct?
As far as I can remember, yeah.
Talk about heat number 3. Looks like you got some good practice that you're going to need to employ in the final. The 77 of Quindazi was driving you all over the race course. Let's talk about the pass there in the final 2 minutes. What did you take advantage of to be able to get by the 77 of Quindazi and pull out front?
Well, Mike was driving really smart. He was pushing me and cutting me where he needed to and driving nice with me, too. So I want to say thanks to him for being a good driver. And lap traffic, he just got stuck up, and I managed to get on the outside and stick it past all of them. So
let's talk about that lap traffic, because you know that's something that's going to have to come into your thought process as we get into that main event. You know, those first 5, 6, 7 laps are probably going to be pretty clean if you can get out with a good hold shot, but then you start picking up those back markers. How important is it to properly navigate the back markers if you want to come home with the top spot on the podium?
Well, a really important part is a lot of our back markers are also really good racers, so they're pretty smart, and as long as they're not racing for position, they're usually really nice to us as we're coming around. When they're racing for position, it's every man for himself. You figure out your way around me, because I got something to win here too.
Absolutely, and once you get caught in that backwash, as we saw what had happened to the 77 at Quindazi, you can go from driving everybody else around the course and keeping them from behind you to having them blow by you like you're standing still, like you did to him there on the front stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. And real quick before I forget, I want to thank the crew. I want to thank my dad, Patrick, Messiah, Lindsay, Johnny, and my mom. all I'm doing is sitting around queasy as heck and then hopping in a boat that's a freaking rocket ship.
Right on, well, hey, we'll let you go back, maybe get some Dramamine in you, try to calm that stomach down so you can give it everything you got in the main event and see if maybe we'll just find the 17 of Dylan Anderson on top of the podium for the first time here in 2023 as you look to drive your way to a championship here this season.
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was a man with a clean sweep in Group B qualifying. Finds himself on the pole for the main event later on today. The number 17 of Dylan Anderson. Can he be the winner here in Port Neches for his first win on the shores of the Neches River? Or will it be the Phase 3 performance team of Jeremiah Mayo and Terry Rinker? Or could it be the Chris, the real deal Rinker, number 52? We got a ton of boats that are going to be pushing it hard in our main event here in just a little bit. But coming up next, the final qualifying heat in the Texas Tri-Hulls. It's bumper boats at 65 miles an hour here as racing continues on Sunday finals here at the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championships here at the Port Neches Riverfest. All right, race fans, before we get the tri-hull going, remember, stop down to the Midway. I was able to stop down and have a chance to chat with the folks with the Amish donuts that they brought me yesterday. They brought me the regular glazed. They gave me today a sea salt caramel Amish donut. I'm pretty sure I have diabetes now, but that's okay. It was well worth it because that donut was absolutely amazing. We got pork on a stick, gator on a stick. There's lemonade, limeade, shakes, sundaes, root beer floats, anything that your heart desires is there on the Midway here at the Riverfest. So make sure you swing down, fill that belly, wet that whistle. And while you're out there, then stop by the Formula One Powerboat Championship apparel tent and check out your limited edition for this weekend only Port Neches Riverfest Formula One Powerboat Championship Series t-shirts, hats, and all the other cool stuff we've got. And who knows, if you brought a Sharpie, you might be able to get yourself an autograph of one of these great drivers here in one of 3 classes in the Formula One Powerboat Championships. All right, looks like we've got them all on the water here, waiting for the last couple to get loaded, but we're just a few minutes away from our 4th and final qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hull as they look to set their starting lineup for their main event here in just about an hour. We'll be right back with the conclusion of qualifying here in Texas Tri-Hull.
I'm a volunteer with the power sport. I get here right here, and if you just tell most of them that are on the side.
All right, race fans, we've got them lined up 2 by 2 on the backstretch. Let's take a look at our starting lineup for the fourth and final qualifying heat here in the Texas Tri-Hull Division. On the inside of row 1, after having to forego the first 2 qualifying heats yesterday due to some family obligations, on the inside of row 1, out of Richmond, Texas, number 26, Briston Sherman. On the outside of row 1, in the John Deere Green Texas Tri-Hull, out of Austin, Texas, the number 33 of Chris Kiefer. On the inside of row 2, out of White Wright, Texas, running for BW Customs and Automotive, number 63, Aaron Green. On the outside of row 2, out of Katy, Texas, Cole Mullet Wearing. On the inside of row 3, 1/3 of the Rinker Racing team here in Texas Tri-Hull, running for McLean Trailers, out of Spring, Texas, the number 52, a Tanner Rinker. On the outside of row 3, running for Selco Auto Restoration, out of Richmond, Texas, the number 54 of Darren Ware. On the inside of row 4, running for Walker Engineers, another Richmond, Texas native, the number 1 of Corey Walker. On the outside of row 4, the number 10, the elder statesman at 79 years young, running for Rinker's Boat World, the number 10 of Scary, Jerry Rinker. On the inside of row 5, the number 88 of Josh Wells. On the outside of row 5, the number 42, Diamond Z Reynolds of Wyatt Zeller. And then it's the 13 of Grant Schubert on the inside of 6. On the outside of 6, it's the 37 of Mason Rinker. And then the man sitting on the inside of row 7, our leader so far, the 17 of Neil Marsh. There's the green flag, and we're underway. As the 33. Looks like the 69 of Cole Mullet Wearing falling back already, but we got a battle out front between the 26 of Briston Sherman and the 33 of Chris Kiefer as they go down the front stretch. These guys went 6 wide in heat 3, and we had a photo finish 3 wide. It's going to be a doozy out here as the 69 of Waring gets into the number 1 of Corey Walker. No, that's not the 1 of Walker. Who's that there? That's the 52 of Tanner Rinker as they go down the back stretch. The 26 of Briston Sherman still in front on the inside. Then it's the 33 of Chris Kiefer. And they are all wadded up down there in this opening lap here, in this 7-lap final qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hull. The 33 of Chris Kiefer continuing to push hard. The 52 of Tanner Rinker running hard as well as they are stacked up on top of one another coming down the front stretch. As we get that great drone overhead shot. Here's a move by the 69 of Cole Mullet Wearing. He goes down tight to the inside. The 33 of Chris Kiefer gets thrown out of the way. And we've got a new second place boat as the 69 of Cole Mullet Wearing now finds himself chasing down his childhood friend and our leader, the 26 of Briston Sherman. Here comes the 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker moving his way up. He's now all the way up into 5th position as they get down into that far end of the course on the north end. There you see the 10 of Rinker, the 33 of Kiefer falling way back now into 5th position. And the 10 of Rinker must have figured out those gremlins because he's got that thing screaming down the front stretch trying to track down the 69 of Cole Waring. The rookie hanging out in 2nd position. Another rookie out in front, the 26 of Briston Sherman. But there, nice move there by the 10 of Rinker as he cuts down to the inside of Cole Waring. And that's the experience for you right there is Scary Jerry. Comes out of that corner absolutely perfect. And now the chase is on against our leader, the 26 of Briston Sherman. Oh no, looks like the 42 of Wyatt Zeller lost power there. He's just trying to stay out of the way. Here in the north end of the course, as he is just all in the way, but it's all Briston Sherman right now, and here comes the 10 of Rinker. And the 17 of Neil Marsh is now up in 3rd position. This man is on an absolute mission. Oh, look out there, we got a blowover down the front stretch. The 54 of Darren Ware goes over right on the front stretch, right in front of the judges stand. Driver is out of the boat. What happened there? The 54 of Darren Ware got wild on the front stretch. He's out of the boat. Helmet off. Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together. Looks like he's okay, but what a wild ride that was for the 54 of Darren Ware. He was doing battle with the likes of Briston Sherman and the rest of the crew there in that top 5. And he went over on his head, which doesn't happen a ton, but boy, it does happen here in Texas Tri-Hull Racing, and hopefully he's okay as the rescue crews got him. His helmet's kind of bobbing away. That's the scary part when your helmet comes off during a wreck, it's a real scary event for the driver because that helmet is kind of a safety bubble, right? You're protected, you know your melon's secured, and his got ripped off in that violent blowover down the front stretch with that 54 Selco Auto Restoration tri-hull. And now he's going to have an arduous task ahead of him to try to get that boat dried out and ready to go for the main event. As Jarrett Whitehead is getting that tri-hull pulled back up on plane. Now they got to get that water drained out. There's the driver, the 54, Darren Ware, getting back up onto the JH Performance Sport Rescue racing boat. Well, not racing boat, rescue boat. He seems to be okay. No worse for the Ware. Probably a little bit disoriented after that violent blowover down here on the front stretch right in front of the judges' stand. He's hanging on to that center section of that JH Performance Outlaw bay boat. Again, JH Performance boats, shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials, the only choice for the sport rescue team as they're trying to get Darren. Hey, sit down, man. You're disoriented. You're all over the place right now, but you're okay. You're breathing. Let's just get you to the shore, get you checked out by the Acadian Ambulance Service, who provides us with their great ambulance services every year. We're in Port Neches, Texas. And let's take a look. For those of you here in Port Neches, make sure you open up Facebook or YouTube. Find that F1 Powerboat Championships. We've got a replay of what happened to the 54 Darren Ware here in front of the judges' stand. They're going down the front stretch. Oh, and it looks like the 33 at Kiefer hooked right in front of him, and he used the 33 at Kiefer like a ramp. He goes right off the engine and just barrel rolls that boat over the top of the 33 at Chris Kiefer. And boy, what an odd turn of events. That 33 John Deere Green tri-hull was all over the map. That was the second time we saw that boat hook really hard, and it looks like the motor might be damaged there. They're trying to get the 54 of Darren Ware's Selco Auto Restoration tri-hull, get some of that water drained out so they can actually get it to the trailer. As they bring the 54 of Darren Ware to the ambulance, he looks like he's a little beat up, a little bit disoriented, but he's upright. He's breathing, which is always good, and he's in great hands of the great folks at Acadian Ambulance Services here serving the greater Port Neches, Port Arthur, and Beaumont communities. Boy, man, let's take a look at that replay again. That's not something you see very often here in the Texas Tri-Hull class, where one boat uses another to ramp. Normally, they get on top of one another in the corners, but it looked like the 33 at Chris Kiefer just hooked it real hard. You'll see him coming. He almost loses it. When he gets it down, he hooks hard left, and it turns into a ramp for the 54 of Darren Ware. And he had nowhere to go. There's nothing he could do about it. He just went for a wild ride there in Texas Tri-Hull. It looks like the Acadian Ambulance Service is taking care of the 54 of Darren Ware. It looks like he might have got some water in the lungs or something going on for that gentleman. But the Acadian Ambulance Service is going to take a little bit of a further look at the 54 of Darren Ware just to make sure he is completely okay. Arms up over his head. He seems like he's in good spirits, but they've definitely got to have, looks like they might have to take him to the local hospital to have him checked out. Again, this is typically precautionary for any of our drivers. If there's anything that looks even remotely out of the ordinary, they are going to bring him inside the ambulance. They may not leave, but again, they want to have his full undivided attention. They want to have zero distractions from the outside world so they can focus on the health and safety of our drivers. So they've got those ambulance doors shut, and they're taking a look at the 54 of Darren Ware. All right, and then that was not even that was just the end of it, not the beginning. The beginning of that whole series of events started off with the 42 of Wyatt Zeller getting smoked down in there just before. As he went dead in the water, you can see the 37 of Mason Rinker gets slammed up on him, and that forces the rest of the boats to have to react. And the 54 or the 42 of Wyatt Zeller was just an innocent bystander. You can see he hanging on there. Boy, what a rough ride it was for the 42 of Zeller, and I don't even know. He's now taking a look at his boat. Now let's take a look at the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. It looks like he's either holding on to the tow rope there, and looks like they're going to pull him in. Hopefully not too much damage to sustain when the 37 of Mason Rinker climbed up on the nose of that 42's Diamond Z Reynolds machine. The 37 of Mason Rinker's boat looks okay as he comes across the start-finish line right here by the judges' stand. But boy, what a wild ride it was here in heat number 4 in Texas Tri-Hull. And that's what happens here in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championships. These things are wild. They're all over the place. That's why we call them bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. And we're just waiting to see if the Acadian ambulance is going to have to leave, and we're going to have to secure another ambulance on site. But it looks like they're gonna stay here on site and take a look at the 54 of Darren Ware on site here. So we're going to be able to finish this 4th and final qualifying heat here in the in the Texas Tri-Hull class here on the F1 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We're going to send them all back down to the south end. Of course, looks like the afternoon might be done for the 33 of Chris Kiefer after colliding with the 54 of Darren Ware that caused Ware to go launched up into the stratosphere and over on his head, that caused the stoppage here in the 4th qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hull. So we're down 3 boats now from 11 to 8 here in Q4 of the Texas Tri-Hull class. And it looks like the 33 of Chris Kiefer is done. Looks like there's some damage has been sustained to the suspension. No, not the suspension. I guess the turning ability of the Johnson outboard on the back of that John Deere green Texas Tri-Hull. And he's going to have to put it on the trailer as well. Frustrating has got to be for the Diamond Z Reynolds Milwaukee Power Tools Tri-Hull of Wyatt Zeller. And he had a great run in Q3, almost was the winner of Q3, but ended up in 3rd after a side-by-side photo finish between him, the 17 of Neil Marsh, and the 37 of Mason Rinker. So we're going to have to get these boats on the trailers. Once we get them on the trailer, we'll get back underway with the conclusion of the 4th qualifying heat here in Texas Tri-Hulls as we look to set our starting grid in the main event in this division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. You got just a minute or 2 more, so make sure you stop by the Formula One Powerboat Championship apparel tent located right near the entrance of the Midway, where all the great and delicious food like those Amish donuts, the pork on a stick, gator on a stick, they got boudin balls, crawfish etouffee, all sorts of delicious southern treats here, keeping your bellies full and your whistles wet. Here as we look to navigate around some storms that might be coming our way from Houston. They look like they're going to hold off, but we got a sprinkle or 2. At least it's keeping the temperatures nice and cool here today instead of that sun. You know how it gets down here. Sometimes we get that 93, 94 degree brutal humid heat here in southeast Texas. Not going to have that today, as things are going to look pretty comfortable for all our spectators. But we've got just a couple more minutes here before we finally get the conclusion of our Texas Tri-Hull class wrapped up here at the Port Neches Riverfest. Round 2 for the Tri-Hulls as they had their opening round last weekend in Freeport, Texas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, due to the carnage in qualifying heat number 4, the remaining laps in Q4 for the Texas Tri-Hall have been suspended. And up next, we will have our main event in the Formula Lights class coming up here in just a handful of minutes once we clear the chaos from the boat ramp here. The 54 of Darren Ware is alert. He's awake, but he's been sent to the local hospital for further evaluation just to make sure everything's okay. He's in great hands with the Acadian Ambulance Service Company, who has been a great partner for us for many years here at the Port Neches Riverfest. Again, just precautionary, but unfortunate for the man out of Richmond, Texas, running for Selco Auto Restoration. Kind of just got caught up. It wasn't anything he did. He didn't put himself in a dangerous situation, but there is always inherent danger in powerboat racing. But that means that our winner of heat number 4 is going to be the young rookie out of Richmond, Texas, the number 26 of Briston Sherman. So he's going to gather some valuable points after missing heats 1 and 2 yesterday. And maybe that'll put him up in the mid-pack, but that's going to secure pole position for the 17 and Neil Marsh as he's looking to run his way to a back-to-back championships here in 2023 after winning the 2022 season. So it's going to take us a little while, so you got a handful of minutes. So you got a little bit of time here before we get all these boats off the water and can get the Formula Lights in. So make sure you swing down to the midway. You got about maybe 10, 15 minutes. You'll hear me let everybody know when we're going to get back under racing here for our Formula Lights final here on Sunday racing at the Port Neches Riverfest, the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Swing down to the midway, grab yourself an ice-cold limeade, lemonade, maybe a root beer float, a shake, gator on a stick, pork kebabs. Those Amish donuts are out of this world. There's all sorts of every type of fair food you could ever think. We got boudin balls, crawfish etouffee, everything you can imagine to keep your belly full here. And once you're done grabbing yourself some food, swing by and talk to Debbie Siebold at the Formula One Powerboat Championships apparel tent, as we've got limited edition Port Neches Riverfest 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series shirts. We've got F1 Powerboat Championship hats, koozies, the whole gamut of apparel and swag from the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Make sure you stop by, tell them Thomas Yarbrough sent you, and get a great deal on some official Formula One Powerboat Championship apparel. We'll be right back with the conclusion of the Formula Lights class here at the opening round in 2023, the Port Neches Riverfest. The Port Neches Riverfest brought to you by the title sponsor again here in 2023, the Neches Federal Credit Union. Surcharge-free ATMs, over 30,000 of them here in Southeast Texas, because you shouldn't have to pay a fee on your own money. Also, they've got their Empower program, teaching smart spending and important skills to learn, earn, and save for anybody 8 years old or older. Federally insured by the NCUA and equal housing lender. Find them online at netchesfcu.org. Christus Health, St. Elizabeth. Your health, your life, our purpose. Del Papa Distributing. Del Papa Distributing has been delivering high-quality brands and service along the Gulf Coast of Texas for over 100 years, committed to community, stylistic diversity, and quality. They are honored to serve a wide range of the highest quality brands of beer. Dragon Industrial Wrap, a professional engineering design carbon fiber wrap with a 2-part epoxy resin. Their carbon fiber kits reinforce piping and vessels to their design strength to prevent unplanned outages and prolong the lifespan of your equipment. ISS Leak Sealers. Leak Sealers has joined Industrial Specialty Services, creating the preeminent technical engineered service provider in the United States. Their impeccable safety record, engineering expertise, and fabrication capacity makes them the #1 provider of on-stream technical engineered services in the United States. And Classic Chevrolet. With Texas being the largest state in the continental U.S., they know y'all drive a lot. That's why they offer a variety of car-related services. Whether you're interested in a new car, truck, or SUV, or you need service on the vehicle you already own, they're here for you. Let Classic Chevrolet be your used car dealer, your new car depot, service center, and more. Thanks to the great sponsors here at the Port Neches Riverfest in 2023. You're looking to have an interest in sponsoring the 2024 Port Neches Riverfest, stop by the Port Neches Chamber of Commerce and chat with them about your ability to be a great sponsor of this phenomenal event in 2024. Again, we'll be right back with the conclusion of Formula Lights as their 20-lap main event here on the shores of the Neches Rivers, just about to get underway here at the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car, tow vehicle, or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute. With our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
I know, still be doing. Yeah.
All right, race fans, welcome back here as we're getting these Formula Lights lined up for our main event. Here as they run 20 laps around this half-mile 4-pin course on the shores of the Neches River to crown a champion in Formula Lights. Let's take a look at our starting lineup. All right, no surprise. Your defending champion in Formula Lights on the pole here again in 2023 in the main event out of Greenfield, Wisconsin. Running for Pizza Inn. Number 35, Mark Schmierbach. Second off the start, Pontoon. Can he get a good jump off the dock? It's going to be imperative if he's going to find himself on the top spot of the podium. Coming up second off the start, Pontoon out of Lutz, Florida. Running for Mike Scott Plumbing. Number 21, Jose Mendaña Jr. The other half of the Mike Scott Plumbing Racing team out of Ocala, Florida, coming third off the start, Pontoon in that chartreuse and blue, Pew Design Formula Light. Number 26, Steve Lee. Fourth off the start, Pontoon out of Houston, Texas. Running for Thompson Racing, the number 2 of Travis Thompson. Fifth off the start, Pontoon out of Stacy, Minnesota. Running for Extreme Paint, Auto Body and Marine. Peterson Racing and Latitude Dispensaries, the number 14 of Tyler Peterson. Sixth off the start, Pontoon in the first boat off the second flag because we do a 2-flag start here in the finals. Out of Port Charlotte, Florida. Running for Liquid Molly. And Texas First Bank, number 66, Randy Parch. In seventh, off the start, Pontoon out of Vienna, Austria. Running for Macaulay and Son Racing. The number 42 of Hans Macaulay. Eighth off the start, Pontoon had a rough Saturday, but was the winner in qualifying Heat 3, so was able to get up a few positions. Out of Atlanta, Georgia, running for Wyatt H. Nelson Architects. The number 18 of Jason Nelson. Ninth off the start, Pontoon out of Spring Branch, Texas, just outside of San Antonio. Running for Mars Racing, the number 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. And rounding out this 10-boat final here in the Formula Lights class, the rookie out of Santa Rosa Valley, California. Running for Clover Construction, number 24, Shelby Love. Can anybody knock off the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, the man sitting in the catbird seat, pole position here in the Formula Lights final? Your 2022 winner. Can he go back-to-back here in 2023? Moments away from finding out who's going to be our champion in Formula Lights at the 2023 Port Neches Riverfest. All right, looks like we're moments away from the start of this main event here in Formula Lights. Waiting for word from Chief Referee Doug Ray. Again, you're going to see that flare go shooting up into the air. We're going to start 1 minute in 10-second increments down to 20 seconds. They're going to go under starters orders. You're going to see that big orange flag come up in the middle of the course. He's going to drop that flag. They're going to go through the middle of the course, down to the north end, around turns 3 and 4. And when they cross start-finish line, that'll be lap 1 of 20. Here in this main event in the Formula Lights class on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Just holding a moment here, some big rollers that got tossed off the sheriff's boat that ran down the backside of the race course to have a conversation with a few of the pleasure boaters that have anchored and were moving around on the far side of the race course. So these Formula Lights do not like large 2-foot rollers as they're trying to run at speeds excess of 75 miles an hour in these short 13-foot long tunnel hulls. Boat motor driver just a scotch under 800 pounds total. So not very much weight with these 2-cylinder OMC 45 cubic inch outboards on the back. That's what allows them to create speeds in 75 miles an hour plus here on the shores of the Neches River. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Dock. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Second off the dock, the 21 of Jose Mendaña Jr. Can he get a good jump here? Or will it be the 26 of Steve Lee? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Could it be the 2 of Travis Thompson that shakes the Gremlins and comes off like a rocket? Or could it be the 14 of Tyler Peterson? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Could it be the 66 of Randy Parch, the 42 of Hans McCauley, or could the 18 of Jason Nelson come from the back of the pack? Let's crown a champion in Formula Lights. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starter's orders. He drops the flag and they come roaring off the beach. Nice jump there by our pole sitter, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. They bump through some rollers going through the middle of the course. Let's see what's going to happen as they get down there. Look at those rollers making these Formula Lights skip across the water. The 35 of Schmierbach. What a great jump there by the 14 of Tyler Peterson wide to the outside. Looks like we might have a battle early on between our defending champion and the young man out of Stacy, Minnesota as he goes wide to the outside. Look at the 18 of Jason Nelson come out of nowhere. Coming from third to last off the start pontoon. He's already got himself up into third. We might have a battle between him, the 14 of Tyler Peterson, and the 35 of Mark Schmierbach in this 20-lap main event here in Formula Lights. $15 plus 1 lap here in this main event. Right now, out in front, our pole sitter, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, pushing hard to try to hold the young man from Stacy, Minnesota at bay as he sweeps it out of turn number 4. Puts it on its tail down the front straightaway, 65, 70, 75 plus miles an hour as he gathers speed down the front stretch down into turn number 1 on the south end of the course. The 14 of Peterson's got a rearview mirror, that bright green Screaming Eagle machine, pin-to-pin move there by the 18 of Nelson, looking to go short way around the course. The 14 of Peterson leaves the lane open. That's going to allow him to keep that speed up. Can he track down the young man from Minnesota and move up into second? Now we also got a battle for 4th and 5th as the 21 of Mendaña and the 2 of Travis Thompson are doing battle down the backstretch. There's our leader, the 35 of Schmierbach, now crossing the start-finish line. One more lap. Closer to back-to-back titles here in Formula Lights in 2023. There's the battle for 4th and 5th between the 2 of Thompson and the 21 of Mendaña. Mendaña goes wide to the outside. Boy, he's got some speed on the straightaways, but he struggles mightily in the corners with that Grand Prix Formula Light. Just does not like to get off the dock very well. And he's going to have a long battle in front of him here if he's going to try to get on the podium, as he looks like he might be able to get by the 2 of Travis Thompson and move himself up into 4th position. There we see 2nd and 3rd of Peterson and 18 of Nelson cross. Ooh, the 2 of Thompson dives down hard into the pin. But the 21 of Mendaña is just too much for the young man out of Houston, Texas, who moves his way up into 4th. And now the hunt is on for the man we call the Miami Madman. Can he get his way onto the podium here in Formula Lights, or will he stay on the outside looking in? He's got a lot of time left, but a long way to go to catch the 18 of Jason Nelson, who's on the 3rd and final spot on the podium. Here's Mendaña. Now let's take a look at the 14 of Tyler Peterson, the 18 of Jason Nelson. This looks like it could be shaping up to be a really good battle. The 18 of Nelson, a veteran here in Formula Lights, looking to get in position to pounce if the 14 of Tyler Peterson makes the smallest of mistakes here in this 15 minutes plus 1 lap main event in Formula Lights. As our leader, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, it comes through 3 and 4. Now he's going to start to catch up some of those slower boats that lap traffic. The 78 of Marshall Gildermaster, as the 14 of Peterson continues to push hard. This could be a big moment here in Formula Lights, as the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster is staying on the inside, forcing the 35 of Mark Schmierbach to go wide way around the race course. He gets by him easily, though. Can the 14 of Peterson and the 18 of Jason Nelson do the same? There's the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster, the Mars Racing Machine. 1 lap down now, as the 35 of Mark Schmierbach was able to wheel him to the outside and put him a lap down. There's our leader, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, now eyeing up his next slower boat That's the young rookie, Shelby Love, the young woman out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, running for Clover Construction. She likes that wide line, so she's going to force the 35 of Schmierbach to go down to the inside. The 14 of Tyler Peterson now gets by the 78 of Gildermaster. What's going to happen down here in turn 1? That's going to be difficult for the 18 of Jason Nelson. He's got to sweep wide to the outside. And that's amazing how timing is such a big part of lapping slower boats in the main event. If you can lap him in the middle of the straightaway, perfect. But if you start coming up in the corner, it can really cause a lot of problems. But a great job there by the 18 of Jason Nelson, navigating his way through turns 1 and 2, able to get by the slower 78 of Marshall Gildermaster, the rookie. There's the 21 of Mendana. Oh, now we got a battle between the 21 of Mendana and the 2 of Travis Thompson. Thompson's able to get back by it. The 21 of Mendana back in the 4th position. What happened to the Miami Madman? He had wheeled right by the 2 of Thompson, but Thompson made a couple of great moves over the last couple of laps and able to get by the veteran driver out of Lutz, Florida. As they push hard, the 26 is Steve Lee. They're sitting in 6th position. 7th is the 42 of Hans McCauley. He's going to come up on screen. In 8th, it's the 66 of Randy Parch that should be seeing right now. And now the 35 of Mark Schmierbach was able to already get by the 24 of Shelby Love, and now he's looking to eye up the 66 of Randy Parch. And the deeper they get into lap traffic, the harder it's going to be for the 35 of Mark Schmierbach to pass these drivers, and that is exactly what the 18 of Nelson and the 14 of Peterson are hoping for. There's the 21 of Mendana. Wide to the outside, coming off at turn number 4, losing a little bit of speed. That gap starting to close between him and his teammate as he wasn't able to get by the 2 of Travis Thompson. Now into the corner, the 18 of Jason Nelson coming. Oh no, the 14 of Tyler Peterson just hit a buoy. Ladies and gentlemen, he just hit a buoy. That is a 1-lap penalty assessed at the end of the race, and that could be over for the 14 of Tyler Peterson. Now moving up into 2nd place is the 18 of Jason Nelson. And in 3rd, the 2 of Travis Thompson after his great move, getting back by the 21 of Mendana. You see that big orange buoy. Not only is that just cost him a spot on the podium, that's a couple $100 out of his pocket, and hopefully no more damage sustained on the inside pickle fork of that 14 Molagard Formula Light after the accident with the 17 of Chris Hughes yesterday afternoon. Well, now the 14 of Tyler Peterson pulls it wide to the outside because he knows that he's a lap down, and he's going to have to fight hard just to try to stay in the top 7. As the 18 of Nelson's able to finally get by him, is all the drag created by that large buoy on the pickle fork, making the 14 of Tyler Peterson much slower. Now the 18 of Jason Nelson has got the tall task of getting by the 35 of Schmierbach. He dives down to the inside, trying to get by the 66 of Randy Parch. Just had a chance to chat with the 17 of Chris Hughes. Just wasn't able to get his backup boat put together in time to be able to make it back here for the final. So he's a spectator telling me next year is his year. He's going to shake the Gremlins and find that top spot on the podium in 2024. But a spectator here in 23 as the 2 of Travis Thompson just crosses by now. Great overhead shot from the drones here as you see the 26 of Steve Lee come out of turn number 4. There's the 18 of Jason Nelson. He's now sitting in 2nd position, and here comes the lap traffic that's going to wad up the 35 of Schmierbach. I can imagine the radio man for the 18 of Jason Nelson's like, go, go, go. Oh no, the Hans McCauley spins out down in turn number 1, making it even rougher for the 35 of Schmierbach. Could this be the opportunity? The 18 of Jason Nelson needs to close that gap and run down the man looking to go back-to-back here in 2023. As the 35 of Schmierbach goes down into turn number 3, he's got lap traffic all over the place. Can the 18 of Jason Nelson find a fortuitous lane, sneak by all these back markers, and track down the hard-charging man running for Pizza Inn out of Greenfield, Wisconsin? They're all wadded up. There's the 35 of Schmierbach coming down the front stretch. Then you take a look back at the 18 of Jason Nelson, wadded up between the 26 of Lee, the 24 of Love, and the 42 of Hans McCauley down as they go through the south end of the course. Looks like the 14 of Tyler Peterson still rocking that bright blaze orange buoy on the inside pickle fork. He's got to be frustrated in there, but thankfully his crew chief and his racing team telling him just stay in it. You don't know what's going to happen. Just stay where you're at. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. It ain't over until it's over in this 15-minute plus one lap. Just over the halfway point here in this Formula Lights main event. Look at the 18 of Jason Nelson wheeling it down the front straightaway. He's got that thing pushing to the limit as the 35 of Schmierbach now is looking to eye up the 21 of Mendana, and that is going to be a tall order for the driver from Wisconsin. And then again, the opportunities for the 18 of Nelson just continue to come up. If the 21 of Mendana can drive the 35 of Schmierbach all over the race course, it's very possible that the 18 of Jason Nelson could use that to his advantage. Mendana now goes tight into turn number 4, trying to stay on the lead lap. There's the 18 of Nelson pushing hard. Gets around the 26 of Steve Lee, and he has got the hammer down, trying to track down the KG veteran from Wisconsin. Can he bring some hardware back to the great state of Georgia? In the city of Atlanta, where he's called home for the last 15 years. Originally from upstate New York. Found some warm over there. Oh boy, we almost saw the 42 of McCauley and the 26 of Steve Lee as we got an overhead shot there. They almost get together down in turn number 2. But avoiding a collision there was the 42 of McCauley pulling to the inside. And then we see it cross the start-finish line, that far boat in the distance. The 2 of Travis Thompson still hanging on to third place. But the 21 of Mendana will not let the 35 of Schmierbach go by. He crosses wide to the outside, and that gap is closing. It's down to less than 7 boat lengths now between the 35 of Schmierbach and the 18 of Nelson. Nelson now goes tight down to the inside. Mendana playing the spoiler possibly for the 35 of Schmierbach. It's going to be a battle for the rest of this 5 minutes in this main event. Now Schmierbach goes wheeling wide to the outside. Can he get by all the way? He does get by the 21 of Mendana, but it took him way longer than he wanted. And we've got a 5 boat lengths between the first and second place boat, the 35 of Schmierbach and the 18 of Nelson. Now Nelson's pushing hard, and he's going to try to get by the 21 of Mendana, and I would suspect Mendana is probably going to let him by. He's off the podium. He does. He's just looking to play spoiler here of that Mike Scott plumbing machine. He doesn't think he's going to make the podium, but I think everybody in this class would love to see somebody else on top of this top spot on that podium except for the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. He has an absolute death grip on this class for the last 5 years. Multi-time US 1, multi-time Hall of Champions in Formula Lights, and somebody's just trying to do everything they can to knock off the veteran out of Wisconsin. The 18 of Nelson pushing hard now. Here comes the 35 of Schmierbach. He is about to lap the third place boat. That is the 2 of Travis Thompson, but that's not going to be easy as well. Oh, here's the move. The 18 of Nelson goes down tight to the inside. We got a battle, and ladies and gentlemen, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach is no longer your leader. The 18 of Jason Nelson with an unbelievable move down in turn number 2. He dove down hard to the inside, hammered the accelerator, and now we got a drag race to the finish between the KG veteran out of Wisconsin and the Screaming Eagle machine from Atlanta, Georgia. The 18 of Nelson now goes down to the inside. He's got to get by the 2 of Thompson. Now he's crossing through the wake. The 35 of Schmierbach trying to stay out of that dirty water to try to keep those RPMs up and top speed down the straightaway. 65, 70, 75 plus miles an hour. They go down into turn numbers 1 and 2. What a turn of events this could be for the young man from Georgia. Had a hole in the boat yesterday. Broke his throttle cable after leading the first qualifying heat. And now, an opportunity to bring the top spot on the podium back home to Georgia. And oh no, it looks like the day is over for the 26 of Steve Lee. He's dead in the water down the north end of the course. That's got to be frustrating for the young man out of Ocala, Florida. But look at this battle. There's the 2 of Travis Thompson, who's sitting in third due to the penalty that's going to be assessed to the 14 of Tyler Peterson. And he is making it difficult for the 35 of Mark Schmierbach to catch the man who finds himself out in front right now, the 18 of Jason Nelson. Now he finally just does not have the top speed to hang on as they come out of turns 1 and 2. As our leader now, the 18 of Nelson, goes down the backstretch. But this is a very tough spot and not a familiar place for the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. He is going to have to use every trick in his arsenal to get by the 18 of Jason Nelson as we are 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this main event. Can the 18 of Jason Nelson hang on for dear life here in the main event and win in the first time he's been on the shores of the Neches River in a very, very long time? Can he do it? He had a brutal Saturday. He needed some luck here on Sunday and some really good driving skill. You put both together, and that is what you've seen out here so far through this Formula Lights final as he had an unbelievable move just a few laps ago down on the south end of the course to get by the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. The 18 of Jason Nelson, son of former Formula One driver Wyatt H. Nelson, God rest his soul. He's watching down from above, as we are as well in the drone camera, pushing his son to the limit to bring home a title here in Port Neches. Can the 18 of Jason Nelson hang on? He's going tight way around the course. He is going to force the 35 of Schmierbach to pull off something amazing if the 35 of Schmierbach wants that title. The 18 of Nelson now diving down to the inside, looking to eye up the 24 of Shelby Love. She moves out of the way. The rookie's not going to be a part of playing spoiler here in this Formula Lights final. She goes out to lane 6, lets the 18 of Nelson and the 35 of Schmierbach by. All right, we're going to see the green flag go down, white flag come out. Here this next time around for our leader. Can he hang on? 1.5 laps left here in this Formula Lights final. As our leader goes down into turn number 3, he's got to get by the 66 of Randy Parch. Hopefully he can do that on the front stretch. He sweeps it out, now goes between the 78 of Gildermaster and the 66 of Parch. There's a white flag. Green flag's down, white flag's out. Go fast, turn left just 4 more times for the man from Atlanta, Georgia. Can he bring some hardware? The best hardware. Back to the Peach State as he's pushing hard. You know his radio man saying, wheel it, wheel it, wheel it. Pedal to the floor, pedal to the floor. You can't. It ain't over until you cross that start-finish line. And the 35 of Schmierbach's coming for you as he walks it down into turn number 3. Goes tight off of turn number 3, continuing to go short way around the course. Walking it now off of turn number 4, slides it wide to the outside. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion in Formula Lights out of Atlanta, Georgia, running for Wyatt H. Nelson Architects, number 18, Jason Nelson. And after a hard-fought battle, not able to go back-to-back, finishing in second, the number 35 of Mark Schmierbach. And I am very happy to say, finishing in 3rd place in Formula Lights out of Houston, Texas, number 2, Travis Thompson. What a run it was for the 18 of Jason Nelson. What an impressive turn of events down there. About the 2/3 mark here in the Formula Lights class. He's able to get it and get it done, and what a great move it was. And what a heck of a run there by the 2 of Travis Thompson, getting himself on the podium. It has been a brutal couple of years on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series for the 2 of Travis Thompson, but they completely rebuilt the motor, completely rewired that boat last weekend after the very rough preseason race in Freeport, Texas, and it paid off as he's going to bring some hardware back to Houston with his bride and his lovely young daughter. And it's going to be and I just did get final confirmation that the 14 of Tyler Peterson did take out a buoy and has been assessed a lap penalty. So officially the 2 of Travis Thompson takes over that 3rd spot on the podium in Formula Lights and is going to bring back some hardware. What a great weekend for that young man, but nobody is more excited than the 18 of Jason Nelson. It's been a very long time since he's been here. He hasn't run in a while. He doesn't have the track record like the rest of the fleet. And he is absolutely ecstatic to grab that checkered flag, fire that Formula Light. And ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together, screaming loud, taking the checkered flag back to Atlanta, Georgia, with the championship trophy in hand. Your winner in Formula Lights, number 18, Jason Nelson. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, tri-hull to the ramp, tri-hull to the ramp. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, tri-hull to the ramp. Man, that's got to feel good. Hopefully we get an opportunity to chat with the 18 of Jason Nelson after a very hard-fought victory. He's got to be very excited about that, but there's one driver out there that's got to be as dejected as anybody, and that's the 14 of Tyler Peterson. The young man still got the remnants of that buoy on the inside pickle fork that cost him a spot on the podium. He was running in 3rd position. He took out that buoy on about lap 12. I guess at least he's got something he gets to bring home for all his efforts here in Port Neches in 2023. Unfortunately, it's not the right type of trophy to bring back to Minnesota. He's just got that big blaze orange buoy trophy. It looks like it got caught on the pickle fork after the reconstruction from the incident yesterday between him and the 17 of Chris Hughes that knocked him out of the final altogether. But he's saying he's going to be back in 2024 stronger than ever yet. And it looks like that buoy got hit so hard that it pinched itself inside the pickle fork of the 14 of Peterson. Normally, those buoys will come off, and it doesn't create such a brutal drag on the inside sponson. But unfortunately, that's not how it worked here for the 14 of Peterson. And he's got to put it on the trailer with a 7th place finish instead of a podium finish here. As the 18 of Jason Nelson doing donuts, super excited with that checker flag still in hand. The traditional donuts by the winner, I think that was started by the 62 of Chris Fairchild many a year ago. The king of the boat donut, the man from Paw Paw, Illinois, that we'll see here in a little bit in the Formula One final. Hopefully we'll get an opportunity to chat with the 18 of Jason Nelson here momentarily as the winner of the Formula Lights class here. He came to Freeport last weekend for the final preseason race to do a test and tune because he's had so little experience in the brackish water down here in the southeast shores of Texas, and it paid off. It didn't exactly go the greatest for him last weekend. However, the experience was clearly valuable for the driver from Atlanta, Georgia, who's normally used to only running in freshwater. I think this is only the 2nd brackish or saltwater race of his career. So he needed that extra practice. He got done with the tax season, hopped in the trailer, lugged it all the way from Atlanta, Georgia down here to southeast Texas, got some practice in, and man, did it pay off, because now he finds himself with a checkered flag in hand and the right to call himself the 2023 Port Neches Riverfest Formula Lights champion. As he gets out of that Formula Light, super excited. His crew chief on the four-wheeler pulling that Formula Light out of the water. As we load our Texas Tri-Hulls up next, the Texas Tri-Hull 20-lap main event. Here we're down a few boats after the carnage from qualifying heat number 4, but it's going to be a doozy. And will the 17 of Neil Marsh, who's going to be your pole sitter in Texas Tri-Hull, will he be able to hang on to the lead and run that thing to victory? He's your defending champion in Texas Tri-Hull from 2022. He wants so badly to go back-to-back here in 2023. Can he do it? Because anything can happen in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championships. As he makes his way up here. He's so excited he doesn't know where to go. but he's going to make his way up here to the judges' stand to have an opportunity to chat. And what a race that was. Probably the best Formula Lights race we've seen in years here in Port Neches. First of all, Jason, how's that feel, man?
Whew, feels good, man. Just want to thank God for keeping everyone safe. Thank the fans for coming out here. Got to thank my crew, Tom Wine, Randy Spidler, Daryl Belka, my dad, Derek Smith. There's so many people, I forget them. But DeWalt Propellers, Gary Pugh. I had Glenn Matthews helping me out this week. All the guys at Sport Marine. Unbelievable Texas hospitality down here.
Yeah, man, let's talk about it. You knew that you had to come off the dock like a rocket. Before the start of lap 1, you found yourself sitting in like 3rd or 4th position. And it seemed like once the 14 Peter, you got by the 14 of Peterson, it was game on. Just tell us about that move down there on the south end of the course. That's the reason you got this checkered flag in your hand.
Yeah, man. When it's rough like this and you come up on lap traffic, you don't know what's going to happen out here. So, you know, my dad always just say, stay close to him, stay close to him. And like I said earlier, if someone makes a mistake, lap traffic, that's your chance. So,
yeah, we talked about it after the conclusion of Heat 3 when you took the checkered flag there. You knew you were going to hopefully have at least one opportunity, but you probably weren't going to get two. Congratulations, man. You took that one opportunity, and you ran it all the way to the checker.
Yeah, man. Last shout-out to my grandfather and Interstate 88. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you one more time. Your Formula Lights champion here in 2023, number 18, Jason Nelson. Up next, the Texas Tri-Hulls, bumper boats at 65 miles an hour, are going to mark their champion here at the 2023 Port Neches Riverfest. It's the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We'll be right back with more racing action and the conclusion and crowning a champion in Texas Tri-Hull. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Formula One's to the ramp. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Formula One to the ramp. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's crown a Texas Tri-Hall champion. On the inside of row 1, your pole sitter, the 17 of Neil Marsh. On the outside of row 1, the 37 of Mason Rinker. On the inside of row 2, the 88 of Josh Wells. Then the 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker on the outside of row 2. On the inside of row 3, the 13 of Grant Schubert. On the outside of row 3, the 69 of Cole Mullet Waring. And we are underway. Who's going to be the champion here in Texas Tri-Hall? As the water smooths down just for this opening lap, and it'll start to get churned up and nasty here on the shores of the Neches River. As they go down into the south end of the course, the first turn of the first 20 lap of this 20-lap main event here in Texas Tri-Hall. Out in front, the 17 of Neil Marsh is in the same spot he's been all weekend long. Out in front, can he hang on and go wire to wire here in the Texas Tri-Hall class? As they go down into turn number 1. Oh, look out there, the 17 of Neil Marsh gets real wide, wild, coming out of the north end of the turn. The 13 of Grant Schubert bogs down, and look at the 88 of Josh Wells comes wheeling around the outside, and he moves himself up into third position here on lap number 2. 2 laps, 1 lap down, 19 to go here in this main event in Texas Tri-Hall. Can the dude, Neil Marsh, the man from Hemlock, Michigan, find his way on the top spot of the podium here in Texas Tri-Hall? Pushing hard down the front stretch. Now we got him 4 wide, fighting for that fifth position as the 1 of Corey Walker goes up the inside, getting by the 69 of Cole Mullet Waring. As they go down to the north end of the course, they're slamming all over the place. Walker tight to the inside. There's the 10 of Jerry Rinker, the 52 of Tanner Rinker, the 69 of Cole Waring. And it looks like dying down there in the corner is the rookie, the 26 of Briston Sherman. 52 of Tanner Rinker pushing hard to try to catch the 10 of Jerry Rinker, his grandfather and his brother, who's sitting up in second position. As the battle continues for 4th, 5th, and 6th. The 13 of Grant Schubert hanging on to the 4th spot. 5th now, up into 5th is the 1 of Corey Walker as he's banging all over the place. He's got a big hole on the outside of that boat, duct tape closed after a damage in Heat 2 yesterday. Look at him all over the place. The 13 of Grant Schubert sitting in 4th there. Now gets through that corner cleanly. The 10 of Jerry Rinker wide to the outside. Now moves himself up into 5th position. But it is all Neil Marsh right now. The man who came in the catbird seat, claiming the pole position through qualifying. Looking to do it again and win here in Port Neches in 2023. Can the 17 of Neil Marsh go back-to-back here in 2023? Or will the 37 of Mason Rinker, who's sitting in second, be able to catch our leader? Or could it be the 88 of Josh Wells? Look at there, the 10 of Jerry Rinker. It's just real rough down there in the north end of the course, and it's going to take all the skill these drivers have to navigate safely. Well, look out there. Jerry puts it completely airborne after hitting a wave going down the front stretch. 79 years young. The driver from Spring, Texas, running for Rinker's Boat World. Pushing hard out there down the backstretch. It's all about the 17 of Neil Marsh. As he comes wheeling down the front stretch, he's opened up a half a straightaway lead over the 17 of Mason Rinker, where it's going to get dicey as we get into the later stages of this Tri-Hull final. Will the 17 of Neil Marsh be able to navigate through any back markers? And we got a battle for third. Let's take a look at the battle for third now. Down there in the south end of the course, the 13 of Grant Schubert's able to get by the 18 of Josh Wells and moves himself up onto the podium. Now can he track down the 37 of Mason Rinker? He's got some pretty clear water as they are so far in front of him. Can he drive that Mercury 4-stroke on the back of that JH Performance Hertz Audio Tri-Hull to a spot one notch higher on the podium? Or will he remain in third? Can he hang on to third as he was able to get by the 88 of Josh Wells? It looks like he might be down a little power here as we are 5 laps complete. 15 laps remain here in this main event in Texas Tri-Hull. Whoa, look out there. Cole Mullet Wearing getting squirrely coming down the front stretch trying to catch the one of Corey Walker. As he goes wide to the outside, now Walker goes tight down to the inside. Oh no, that's the 52 of Tanner Rinker there. Doing battle with his grandfather, the 10 of Jerry Rinker, down the backstretch. The one of Corey Walker now looking to move up into 4th position as he tries to track down the 88 of Josh Wells down the north end of the course, but Walker's got the 10 of Jerry Rinker all over him as they come out of turn number 2 on the north end of the course. I keep forgetting these guys run a 2-pin course in this crazy class called Texas Tri-Hull. It's bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. For a reason, they're slamming all over the race course. And it is all about Neil Marsh right now as he's now starting to climb up on some of these back markers. Can he navigate through those back markers is better than anybody else and keep himself out in front? As there's the one of Corey Walker fighting for 4th. Now he goes inside of the 88 of Josh Wells. Wells is way down on power. I don't know what's happened to that 88 Just Send It racing machine, but he is now all the way back down in 5th position as the 10 of Jerry Rinker and the one of Corey Walker get by him. As our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh, is now looking to eye up the 26 of Briston Sherman. Put him a lap down here as we close in on the halfway point of this main event in Texas Tri-Hull. 8-17 of Neil Marsh is able to get by the 26 of Briston Sherman. Took him a little longer than he'd like, and the gap's starting to close a bit between the 17 of Neil Marsh and the 37 of Mason Rinker. Oh, look out there. Grant Schubert goes way off the race course, and he is out. The 13 of Grant Schubert is out of the race, and Corey Walker is now in your third position boat as he does battle with Jerry Rinker. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert getting out of the cockpit as that boat floats towards shore. He took a nasty turn and hooked that boat, and he doesn't know what's going on, but he is not happy. That young driver is very, very frustrated, standing on the top deck of that Texas Tri-Hull, helmet off. He's been told to get back inside the boat for safety purposes, but man, how frustrating is that going to be? Let's take a look what's going on here. Now the 52 of Tanner Rinker gets by the 88 of Josh Wells, and here goes the 10 of Jerry Rinker. Find one. As they go down the front stretch, the one of Corey Walker and the 10 of Jerry Rinker now at the south end of the course doing battle. And the 10 of Jerry Rinker might find himself up on the podium as he goes wide to the outside and gets by the number 1 of Corey Walker. And we've got Rinker second and third here as they all try to track down the man out in front, the 17 of Neil Marsh. As the Neches Rinker goes wide to the outside now, trying to keep those RPMs up. Clear of the one at Corey Walker, pushing hard from the north end of the course, heading back down south. Now he's got the arduous task of trying to make up almost a complete lap to catch his grandson, the 37 of Mason Rinker, who sits in second. As we go back to our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh. Going wide to the outside, that lead has shrunk over the 37 of Mason Rinker as the 17 of Neil Marsh continues to have to navigate back markers in the corners, which is the worst place to do so. But the 37 of Mason Rinker been the beneficiary of that as he's able to smoothly slide through turn number 1 and make his way back north towards the north end of the course. But it is all Neil Marsh, as it's been all weekend long. Your defending champion here at the Port Neches Riverfest. We already had one defending champion get knocked off his top spot. Can it happen again? Not if the 17 of Neil Marsh has anything to say about it. The man who made it all the way down from Hemlock, Michigan, pushing hard here on the shores of the Neches River to try to go back to back and bring some more hardware from the Port Neches Riverfest back to Michigan and all his great sponsors that allowed him to come down here and do battle and try to go back to back in 2023. The 37 of Mason Rinker now being forced wide to the outside by the 88 of Josh Wells as he tries to hang on to the lead lap. That's not going to happen. Mason Rinker goes wide to the outside and runs right by the 88 of Josh Wells, but that forced him to lay off a little bit. And the 17 of Neil Marsh has still got about a half a straightaway lead over the 37 of Mason Rinker. Can he catch him as we've got 13 laps completed? 2 laps remain here for the man looking to go back to back in 2023. As he continued to fight this rough and tumble water here on the shores of the Neches River, going down on a turn number 1. Nice turn there by the 17 of Neil Marsh. Pushing hard down the backstretch, that blue and white Texas Tri-Hall. Making its way down the backstretch. The 37 of Mason Rinker sitting in second, trying to get by the 69 of Cole Mullet, wearing, put him a lap down. There's our leader, the 17 of Marsh, now making his way into turn number 2. Turns it back south and heads down the front stretch. All right, we are now 15 laps. 5 laps remain. I apologize. It's a 20-lap main event, not a 15. So we got 5 laps remaining. Can the 37 of Mason Rinker find that golden nugget and move his way up one more position? That boat is stupid fast. It is pinch hit drive. Last weekend, the 52 Formula One driver, Chris Rinker, ran that 37 Canary Yellow Rinker Boat World McLean trailer Roswell Marine Audio Tri-Hall to victory. And Mason Rinker looking to get it back on the podium again here for 2 weeks in a row. Our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh, continues to go down. And it looks like as we see the 13 of Grant Schubert after that violent hit coming off a roller, broke the steering. And it caused him to be able to watch the rest of this race from the shore instead of find a spot on the podium. But it's all Neil Marsh. There you see the 37 of Mason Rinker flash in the background. About a half a straightaway lead for the 17 of Neil Marsh. He knows he's got to keep the pedal to the metal, because if he makes one mistake, the 37 of Mason Rinker is going to be there to pounce here in the last few laps of this Texas Tri-Hall final here at the Port Neches Riverfest 2023. Attention in the pits, Formula Ones to the ramp, Formula Ones to the ramp. Can the 17 of Neil Marsh now look to navigate and get around the 52 of Tanner Rinker? Because you know the 52 of Tanner Rinker is not going to let his brother by that easily. The 17 of Neil Marsh can't get by the 52 of Rinker. And the gap is closing, but I think he might just run out of laps. I don't know if he's going to have enough time. As our leader, the man looking to go wire to wire and back to back here from 2023. Can he do it? Can the dude, Neil Marsh, be our champion 2 years in a row here at the Port Neches Riverfest? He's continuing to push hard and bouncing all over the place now, eyeing up the 52 of Tanner Rinker. He just can't seem to find enough speed to get by him. The 10 of Jerry Rinker still hanging on into third place ahead of the 1 of Corey Walker. But there's the white flag. Green flag down, white flag out. Go fast, turn left. Just a couple more times for the man from Michigan looking to bring some hardware back home. Can he do it? He's going to have some back markers to navigate here on the backside of the track as he sweeps it down into turn number 1. The 37 of Mason Rinker starting to get close. Can he make a good turn? Nice turn there by the 37 of Mason Rinker. There's our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh. Making his way down the north end of the course. Just a half a lap left for our leader. As he goes down into turn number 4. Nice, easy sweep off of turn 4, coming out of turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, going back to back here in 2023, your defending champion does it again, winning the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series here in Port Neches, Texas. Number 17, Neil the Dude Marsh. In second place, his first podium here in Port Neches, number 37, Mason Rinker. And rounding out the podium, the man, the myth, the legend. They call him Scary Jerry, number 10, Jerry Rinker. In fourth, the number 1 of Corey Walker, followed by the 52 of Tanner Rinker, the 88 of Josh Wells, the 69 of Cole Mullet Wearing, the 26 of Bryson Sherman, and the 13 of Grant Schubert, who broke his steering on lap 9 while sitting in third position and had to watch the rest of the Tri-Hull final from the beach. What a great run it was there for the man they call Neil Bob, bringing some hardware back to the great state of Michigan. Pure Michigan, he is pure speed behind the wheel of a Tri-Hull. The 17 of Neil Marsh coming back down to collect his checkered flag. Hard-earned and well-deserved. He's making his way up here to grab that checkered flag so he can get his traditional parade lap in. There you see our great drone shots over the head. The 17 of Neil Marsh unstrapping out of the cockpit, trying to get close enough to grab that checkered flag here as the shores of the water here on the Neches River gets real rough when these Texas Tri-Hulls go bouncing around at 65 miles an hour. Big shout out to all the sponsors, Warden Brothers out of Hemlock, Sefton Financial, the Maple Grill, B-Blades for the propeller on the back of that thing that makes him just absolutely fly on the water. These guys put a lot of time and effort in to help this guy be the driver that he is in Texas Tri-Hull as he makes his way down to the north end, giving the fans a show as he wins for the second time in 2 years the Texas Tri-Hull class here in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Making his way down to the north end, make sure he gets all the fans and his crew down there way at the far end of the pits. Make sure they get all the love they deserve for all the hard work they put in to get him on the water and make that boat so competitive. As he comes back down in front of the Neches River wheelhouse and in front of the VIP stands here just left of the boat ramp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you one more time. Your 2023 Port Neches Riverfest Texas Tri-Hull champion out of Hemlock, Michigan, number 17, Neil Marsh. Well, the rain has started to sprinkle a little bit, but it's holding off okay. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, we got the big boys on the water. The Formula One's coming up with speeds in excess of 115 miles an hour. We've got 19 of the top Formula One drivers from all across North America who've ascended to Southeast Texas here in the Neches River in Port Neches. Who is going to be the champion? Will it be the man sitting on the pole, the 17 of Dylan Anderson? Or could it be the host of top-notch, phenomenal drivers here in the Formula One class? We're just moments away from finding out who's going to be our champion in Formula One as we look to wrap up the 2023 edition of the Port Neches Riverfest. We'll be right back with a conversation with our Texas Tri-Hull champion and the beginning of the Formula One main event here at the Port Neches Riverfest. It's the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Big shout out to all our series sponsors. First and foremost, Mercury Racing, committed to the pursuit of wide open, accept no boundaries and accept no compromise. JH Performance Boats, custom handcrafted shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. Axel Sports, the official apparel provider of the Formula One Powerboat Championship. Axel Sports, your passion drives us to excel. VP Racing Fuels. VP Racing Fuels has been the fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Learn more about their ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Racing Communications, their radios for racing. Seabolt Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Moto Marketing Group. Moto Marketing Group provides award-winning advertising and strategic marketing solutions to any size company or team. With one-on-one service and consulting, Moto Marketing Group excels in racing and sports marketing, advertising, and design. They have the track record, and they have the track record to prove it. From boats to cars to motorcycles, if it has an engine, they can make it scream. Seaway Marine, the title sponsor of our Formula Lights class in 2023. I imagine they're very excited to see the 18 of Jason Nelson come home with a victory here in Port Neches. But Seaway Marine, your one-stop dealership for current, vintage, outboard, and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboard motors, as well as OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives, and engine parts for Chris Crafts. Seaway operates out of a 62,000 square foot warehouse that is packed with OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages a year all over the United States. They provide same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Their staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry with decades of experience. They pride themselves in excellent customer service, so make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. Text them at 425-412-4006. Email them at sales@c-way.com or check them out at seawaymarine.com. And Kicker Audio, living loud since 1973. We'll be right back with the conclusion of the 2023 Port Neches Riverfest. So you got a few minutes. Go grab your last chance to get some of that Formula One Powerboat Championship Series apparel. We've got limited edition Port Neches Riverfest Formula One Powerboat Championship apparel, as well as all of our great swag. Grab a shirt, grab a hat, and maybe grab a Sharpie. Come see if you can't get an autograph from one of our great drivers here in our numerous classes on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. And you got one last chance to get your belly full of this delicious grub on the Midway. There's all sorts of delicious stuff, from tacos to boudin balls, etouffee. Those Amish donuts are out of this world. There's the pork kebabs, gator on a stick, lemonades, limeades, all sorts of delicious treats from all the great vendors here that are a big part of that makes the Port Neches Riverfest what it is every year. But we'll be right back as we're loading all the Formula Ones in the water to the conclusion of the Formula One Powerboat Championships opening round here in Port Neches. Coming up next.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car, tow vehicle, or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute. With our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
race fans, joining me now is the man they call Neil Bob. I call him the Dude. Your back-to-back winner here in 2023 in the Texas Tri-Hole Division, the number 17, and Neil Marsh. Neil, man, it's hard to go back-to-back in Texas Tri-Hole. Got to feel good.
Yeah, back-to-back here in Port Neches. I think Grant said it's only been done one time, so there's new company there, Grant.
Let's talk about it out there. You got out early, and it seemed like you were in control all afternoon. That hard work paid off in the first and all the qualifying heats so you could get that clean water. But, boy, that 37 of Mason Rinker was giving you everything he could, especially those last few laps.
Well, I ran second to that boat last weekend. I didn't want to do that again, so I knew he'd be coming. It is a very fast boat. Him and I think we got the class of the field right now.
Yeah, now this puts you in the catbird seat because the 37 of Mason Rinker was unable to run in round one. You've got the lead now going to the Lodo Power Fest at Lake of the Ozarks here the first weekend in June. You're looking to go back-to-back for a series championship. What does this mean for you to have the opportunity to call yourself the champion from 22 and sit in top of the points here in 23?
It truly is unbelievable. We came down here last year without a boat, and two of the guys with me, they didn't even have they've never been to a boat race. So Josh and Steve and Sam, the guys at home, man, everybody helped me. I want to thank you guys. But yeah, we came down and we won the first heat and we won the final. And this thing is super fast. So we're really it's humbling. You never know what's going to happen out there, but we've been pretty blessed with some good runs here.
Yeah, and you got some great sponsors like the Maple Grill and Sefton Financial and all the other guys up there in Hemlock, Michigan. Probably got the YouTube app open on their smart TVs watching you rip around here in Southeast Texas. Going to feel good to drag some more hardware back to the north, eh?
Yeah, I hope they all are watching there. We got River Song, we got Best Automotive, we also have the Studio 46, and I don't know, maybe.
How about that propeller on the back? B-Blades, man, that thing was wheeling.
Don't want to forget about Brett there at B-Blades. Unbelievable, dude, yeah, for sure. And I can't forget this one. Here she come.
Well, hey, I know you got a long, arduous drive back the 1,500 miles to Michigan from here in Southeast Texas. But for now, go enjoy yourself. You earned it, and congratulations, you're the 2023 Port Neches Riverfest Texas Tri-Hole champion.
Well, thank you, man. We really appreciate it. We like coming down here.
Right on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear you one more time. Put your hands together. Your winner in Texas Tri-Hole, the number 17 of Neil Marsh. And up next, we've got the bad boys on the water, the Formula Ones, looking to crown their champion here at the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championships. So don't go anywhere. Be right back as we're going to have the main event coming up as we wrap up the 2023 Port Neches Riverfest.